African story. Let these films be able to tell the Mukono story. So you try to get some very good ideas. And I think the challenge is there now. And we're now challenging you to go even further. The school should aspire, Professor Tondo, to become a leading African Christian center for journalism, media innovation, strategic communication, research, and the rebuilding of public trust. It should become known for producing graduates who are digitally capable, but deeply human, commercially aware, but ethically grounded, creative, but disciplined, confident, but accountable. And at UCU, excellence in communication must remain inseparable with truth, dignity, integrity, and service. And I've already talked about that. And so, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, who himself is a great communicator, I would like to thank each and every one of you for coming. I would like to thank the entire leadership of Uganda Christian University and the School of Journalism, Media, and Communication. I congratulate the Dean, the staff, the students, and all those who have contributed to this occasion. And before I conclude, I want to recognize that even amidst us, we have two presidents, and we're lucky. We have the president of PRAO, but we also have the president, the Guild president. Guild president, please stand up for recognition. So we have two presidents in the room, but I was given the opportunity to open this. I think the presidents allowed me. And so it is now my honor and privilege to declare the 2026 UCU School of Journalism, Media and Communication Media Expo officially open. Thank you so much, and may the good Lord bless you.
Please, a round of applause for our DVC. Thank you so much for those meaningful words. I'm sure the people and the young people here have learned a lot from you. A round of applause for our Dean for the message he gave us, and our Head of Department, Mr. John Semakula. Well, for those that are just joining us, you're hearing people are being promised money, some people are being promised retakes. You're not understanding what's going on. So please, let me take this opportunity to reintroduce to you what is happening today. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've just heard, Professor John Chitaimbwa officially open the 2026 Media Expo. Today, we are having the Expo at Uganda Christian University in Koyoyo Hall, and our theme, as you can see on the screens, is redefining human journalism in the age of artificial intelligence. My name is Ndekezi Ivan. I am a public speaker, moderator, and youth empowerment advocate. But today I have not worked alone. I have worked with a beautiful lady from the School of Journalism, Media, and Communication. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ivana.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? You look lovely. You're very welcome to our Journalism Expo 2026. I'm very honored to be before you right now, and I'm just ecstatic. Welcome, everyone. So, Ivan, what are you doing next?
Well, we have had most of what is going to be happening today, and we have had very impactful communications from our leaders that you can see up front. But communication is all about knowing your audience. As communicators, you always have to know who you're communicating to for you to have efficient communication. True or false? True. So we have many of you here from different walks of life. We have students. All right, we have students, we have professors, we have students, we have professors, we have journalists, we have communication experts. We've just seen that we have 2 presidents in the house, and we would like to know what your expectations are, where you're from, or what you've learned so far. So can I just get anybody from the crowd, anyone from one of the students? Or if not, I'll just pick at random. I'm seeing very many smart students, blazers, ties, dresses. Wherever you're from, we want to hear from you so that we are able to communicate in a way that you understand. I'm seeing very many young people. And of course, the way you communicate to young people is not the same way you're going to communicate to the older generation. So, which school are you from?
I'm from Central View.
Central View.
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Olinga Napta.
Pardon?
Olinga Napta.
Olinga. Give me one expectation for today.
For me, I've learned how to make the videos. For me, I've learned how to make the videos in journalism.
You've learned how to make videos today. All right. Anybody else from any other school? Is this the same school?
Ivan.
All right.
Someone over here. Could you stand up? Tell us your name and what school you're from.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you. My name is Nasumba NCHE from Impoma Girls Campus. So far, I've learned the key factors for someone to succeed. They are kindness, courageous, self-discipline, God-fearing, respect for human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you too. Anybody else? Let's hear from the ladies over here. You guys are so smart. You're welcome. Good morning. Would you like to share what you've learned so far?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Buheri Anasiraya from Poma Girls School. For me, I've learned that when we are dealing with issues to do with journalism, media and mass communication, in relation to AI, we should be very careful because technology can generate content, but it does not take responsibility for moral responsibility.
Thank you. I can see that we're in good hands. We are in good hands. So up next, we're going to jump into the award ceremony. Ivan, please.
All right, right about now, we are going to award the best students in the School of Journalism, Media, and Communication for both postgraduate and undergraduate. And the people that are going to help me award these particular individuals, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for our DVC, Professor John Chitaimbwa. Please make your way. The other person going to join us is the President of the Public Relations Association of Uganda, Miss Irene Nakasita. And finally, our dear Dean, Mr. Tondo. So,
good morning, everyone. At UCU, we say to God be the glory, great things He has done. And at this Expo, we are here to showcase greatness, but also to award excellency. We are going to start with, at the recent graduation, under the Masters of Strategic Communication, we graduated 8 people. But out of those, we had 2 that excelled, and we want to really recognize but also appreciate their effort in performing. So the first one is Mr. Jimmy Siasa for his exceptional dissertation performance for 2026 on the Master of Strategic Communication. The next one is so the next one is Miss Prisla Naisanga. Naisanga Prisla stood out as the best dissertation candidate on the Masters of Strategic Communication. Okay, thank you very much. And then lastly, on the undergraduate, we had 6 first classes, and we would want to award those. We'll start with Nangaba Laura Natalie, if she's here. Okay. Next one is Tumusime Nisima, if she's here. Angeyo Reina. Yes, Angeyo Reina is one of the 6 that got a first class. So the next one is Loum Carl. Is the person here? No? Carlton Blessed Nyakana. Carlton Blessed, not here. So, and the best of the 6 was none other than Mumbele Pasco Praise, was the top of the class. And we are very, very And we are very, very honored that the Public Relations Association of Uganda has accepted to award Mr. Mumbele with a recognition for his best and outstanding performance. Thank you very much for this session.
We are going to give the very best a job, but he has turned it down. He's already employed. Our students finish when they're already employed, because we are going to get him on our faculty. Because when you see somebody very good, but you should consider the offer that we would ideally take you on as one of our members of the faculty, because you have done very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
A round of applause, everybody. All right, so we're getting into our next session. Are you guys excited? I can see there's a new group that has just joined us. Hello, good morning. What's your name?
My name is Kalema Kendrick.
Stand up and greet us.
Good morning, everyone. We are very glad to join you this morning. This is the media team from Budo. Yes, King's College, Budo.
Thank you, thank you. You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
All right, you are welcome once again. You have seen students being awarded, but what are they being awarded for? You must wonder. We are going into a session where you're going to see the works of the students at Uganda Christian University. So for all the students that are in high school here, for all the students that are not doing journalism, media, or communication, but you have a feeling, you have a passion that you could be able to create content, to speak, to write, to edit, or to be part of to be a storyteller, this is the place for you. Uganda Christian University offers a wide range of journalism, communication, and media programs that will equip you to be a meaningful and impactful storyteller. So right about now, we are going to play one of the documentaries by students made by a documentary by the third-year students at Uganda Christian University. I hope it is ready. This is a documentary that was made specifically for this event to show you that you too can be part of a change. Sorry about that. A change-making initiative. Don't forget, this is Uganda Christian University. If you have your phone, if you have any gadget near you, please, as we wait for the video to get ready, please take a picture, send a message, call a friend. This is the place that they have to be. Our hashtag is Uganda Christian University Media Expo 2026. So, ladies and gentlemen, the documentary you're about to watch.
My name is Sjmc, a recent graduate with a Master of Arts in Strategic Communications from the Uganda Christian University School of Journalism, Media and Communication. Master of Arts.
Every graduation celebrates achievement. Behind every certificate is a story of long nights, difficult choices, determination, and people who believed when the journey became difficult.
My name is Pascal Praise Mumbere, a recent graduate from Uganda Christian University's School of Journalism, Media and Communication. I am currently working as a consultant.
My name is Sjmc, a recent graduate with a Master of Arts in Strategic Communications from the Uganda Christian University School of Journalism, Media and Communication.
Starting a master's was going to be demanding, juggling both work and school. And we used to have classes sometimes at 6 a.m. in the morning, and then also we have them at 6 p.m., which was quite hard. But by end of 2023, we were done with school.
Their journeys were different, but they shared one goal: to grow academically, professionally, and personally.
I learned that postgraduate school is not necessarily a test of intelligence. It is a test of endurance, perseverance, patience, and the ability to follow up with your instructors, especially when you're doing your dissertation, your final year thesis.
I will lead with God Himself coming through. There were moments where I had no solutions to a lot of the stuff I was going through. And I just had to lock in on God and be like, you know what? You got me here for a reason. You have to get me out of whatever this is. Secondly, there's a lecturer that was really instrumental to my first class and to my practice today. His name is Mr. Francis Achaye. he really pushed me so much.
And on this journey, I want to thank my lecturers from the School of Journalism. Their mentorship, their commitment to excellency has brought me this far, and most especially my supervisor, Professor James Tondo.
Behind every achievement is a network of people who encourage, challenge, and inspire us to become better.
There is no such thing as a bed of roses when it comes to education. You're going to face challenges, for a fact. Especially after my internship, I interned with a company where I really got to learn a lot, and I enjoyed my time there. And they too, I would like to believe they liked working with me. So I began doing a bit of part-time. I would go there and have to come back to Mukono. But as you know, Mukono and Kampala, the distance is quite long. So it was very, very, very hectic. I was tired most of the time. I began falling short on a few things. But I remembered something that I always tell people myself, that you've come to Mukono to study.
For me, the most challenging thing was juggling work, a day job, with school. That's really difficult, and I respect all the people out there who are trying to balance the two. It can be tough, but possible, and there is a solution. There's a formula. I learned it from some of my mentors along the journey. Dedicate 1 to 2 non-negotiable hours per day to work on your thesis particularly, or class assignments. That might not be possible all the 7 days of the week, but possible at least thrice a week.
I got an opportunity as a student to go to Norway to pursue another course, and that is a Master's of Global Journalism. And this opportunity was offered to me by Uganda Christian University through the NORAD project. This also opened my horizons in understanding journalism, the different perspectives of journalism from different countries. When I came back, I was supposed to do my dissertation, and I had field work. But as God gives, I was pregnant. Interesting. I was expecting a child, so it was quite a very difficult journey for me. I had to go to the field at about 7 months pregnant, and then when I came back, I started writing my dissertation. But at the same time, I was still juggling work, pregnancy, and the books. And then, when I was finishing with my dissertation, I gave birth. I gave birth early this year, and a week of me giving birth, I'm a Caesar mom. A week of me giving birth, I received an email from my supervisor requesting for my dissertation. So I sent him back an email and I told him, you know what, Prof? I just gave birth. I will need time to do this. And you know what my supervisor did? After a week, he sent me back another email requesting for my dissertation again. And I had to sit back and do the dissertation. So that was quite a challenge, and I am glad I finished it.
Yes, subsidiary roles exist, like you can make friends, you can have that social capital, you can have a side hustle, but all that is possible only because you came to study in the first place. Remember, you are only able to have fun with these people, you're only able to do all these things because you left home to come and study. That is like the foundation of whatever you're doing.
I hope to teach and be able to transmit the knowledge I acquired during my education and professional practice. Number 2 is I hope to publish my thesis. Finally, I hope to be able to assert my influence and work within the industry and fraternity of media and communication in Uganda.
I'm already working as a communication specialist, I've already bagged the master's, and I foresee a promotion coming on. And I also want to continue mentoring young students into communication, but as well as I want to pursue a PhD in journalism.
Thank you so much. If you're interested in joining Uganda Christian University for a program, you won't regret it. It's a worthwhile experience. Cheers.
These stories remind us that true excellence is not only measured by academic achievement, but by the character developed along the way. From the School of Journalism, Media and Communication, congratulations to the first-class undergraduates and the outstanding master's graduates. May your journeys continue to inspire those who follow.
Artificial intelligence is transforming the world faster than
All
ever
right.
before, and
Thank
journalism
you.
is among the
Control
professions
center, please.
experiencing this transformation. Today, news
Pause the video. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the documentary of our best students. I'd like to invite one student from, one of the best students from the UCU School of Journalism, Media and Communication, who has just gotten an award. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Pascal Praise Mumbere, who's going to give us a little glimpse into what it was like to be a student at Uganda Christian University and probably encourage you to join us in the future.
Good morning to you all. Wow. Just last year I was doing what he's doing. Exactly that. I was emceeing at the at the Media Expo 2025. And here I am speaking as a first-class student. Protocol observed. I would like to lead with thanking Prow for coming through for me. This is the second time. Reina and I were graduates again from Prow in the mentorship cohort, the last mentorship cohort. So thank you so much. Where do I start? I just want to say thank you, UCU. A round of applause for UCU, ladies and gentlemen. When I came to UCU, I was a bit lost. Not a bit lost, I was lost. Spiritually and mentally. But my time here, I got to meet incredible people. I got to learn that God didn't bring you this far to leave you. Do your best, leave the rest to Him. And I'm not saying this like some generic story that you've heard before. For a fact, that's how it works. There's a gentleman right over here, the guild president. He couldn't believe what the Lord did for him when he won. He barely gave a speech. He just kept crying. So if you go online and you search for the guild president's speech on the day of elections, you'll see a grown man crying. And it is possible. God's mercy is that good. His love is that strong. So, they told me to tell you to come to the School of Journalism. I'm not going to command you, but I want to assure you that as someone in the practice, Uganda Christian University's School of Journalism is the best in the country. If you have any objection to that, you can bring your evidence, I give you mine, because I'm out there now. I am currently part of the Media Challenge Initiative Fellowship Program. They select the top 26 journalism students in the country, and you go through a 6-month vigorous training. I want to assure you that the 7 journalism students from UCU that are there are top of the fellowship. Somehow, I don't even know. You will come to teach us something, and we'll look at each other with Yvonne. Where is Yvonne? Salfine. Yes, those 2 young ladies are also part of us. So there are times when they would come to facilitate us. They're telling us certain things, and you're seeing people with green faces from other institutions. And Yvonne and I are looking at each other like, Guys, wasn't this what we did in first year? But okay, we learn. You have to relearn. You have to learn how to unlearn and relearn. And with the training from the School of Journalism, I assure you, you're made for greatness. I know some of you like film. I'm also a filmmaker. I'm a producer. My film was nominated in the Uganda Film Festival, Best Short Film. And I want to tell you that I can boldly say UCU has dominated the Uganda Film Festival through Brian Kabogoza, Emmanuel Lungole, yours truly. So I don't know if you want to go and do journalism from elsewhere, well and good, but you'll be there knowing you'll be number 2 to a UCU student. So why not be the number 1 that they are number 2 to? Thank you so much and have a blessed stay.
Thank you so much, Pascal, for those beautiful, wonderful words. Just allow me to introduce one particular person I hadn't introduced as Mr. Sidin Miria Babanga. Mr. Sidin is the new editor-in-chief at Vision Group. So we are extremely delighted to be with you today, Sidin. Thank you so much, and we congratulate you. And now we are going for the first panel of media experts. The gentlemen and the lady seated here, they will be joined by 2 other people in front, and then they will give us details about communication, journalism, and AI. And feel free to ask any kind of questions that you have. Otherwise, thank you so much for sparing time to be with us here at Uganda Christian University. We have so many secondary schools joining us. We are delighted to be with you, and thank you so much. Your teachers, stroke lecturers, teachers, thank you so much for bringing the students to UCU. We are honored.
All right, we are about to get into the thick of things. We are about to have a meaningful conversation from people who have been there and have done it. The people you see before you are very cool people. For the sake of a language that you understand, I'm going to introduce them to you to show you how cool they are. We're going to be having a panel discussion on not only journalism, but on how AI is affecting the media, journalism, and communications landscape in 2026. So, our first panelist of today brings a wealth of experience in public relations, strategic communication, and organizational leadership. A chartered public relations and communications professional, she has built an impressive career working with both local and international organizations. In brand management, local and international organizations, in brand management, crisis communication, media relations, stakeholder engagement, and as the current president of the Public Relations Association of Uganda, she continues to champion excellence and professionalism in the communications industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Miss Irene Nakasita. Our next panelist is an accomplished visual storyteller with over 12 years of experience in professional photography and photojournalism. He currently serves as a chief presidential photographer at State House, Uganda, where he documents some of the nation's most significant moments with authenticity and precision. His career has also seen him work with New Vision, as Mr. Semakula mentioned, covering everything from political events to everyday life, building his reputation for capturing powerful images that inform preserve history, and inspire. As AI continues to reshape visual storytelling, he brings invaluable insights into the future of photography, authenticity, and trust in journalism. Please put your hands together for Mr. Abu Mwesigwa. Our next panelist is a seasoned journalist and media leader with over 2 decades of experience in Uganda's news industry. Beginning his career as a freelance journalist, he has risen through the newsroom ranks, serving as a sub-editor, Sunday magazine editor, deputy regional news editor, supplements editor, and content manager for special projects. Today, he provides editorial leadership across one of Uganda's largest multimedia organizations, overseeing quality journalism, innovation, and cross-platform content. He also holds a master's degree in international relations and diplomatic studies, a postgraduate diploma in investigative journalism, and is currently pursuing a PhD at Uganda Christian University. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sydney Miria Babanga. Our next speaker is an AI strategist, a multimedia journalist committed to advancing the responsible use of artificial intelligence in journalism across Africa. He currently serves as an editor and content lead at Publics Communications Africa, where he leads editorial strategy on technology, business, and public policy. A Journalism AI Academy Fellow with the London School of Economics, and a proud alumnus of Uganda Christian University. He has also contributed to the development of AI-powered learning initiatives that equip journalists, educators to combat misinformation, disinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Bill Dan Arnold Borodi. And our final speaker is a respected media development professional and educator who currently serves as a team lead at Media Focus Africa with extensive experience in journalism and media development. She has dedicated her career to strengthening the media landscape while mentoring future journalists as a university lecturer. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Miss Jan Ajwang. Are you ready? Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you guys ready? All right. Many of our guests are aspiring journalists, communicators, and storytellers. We would like each of you briefly to share your career journey and tell us why you believe this profession is still worth pursuing today. So I think we'll begin from Ms. Ajwang.
Morning. Good morning. I am happy to be here for another expo. I started out other journalists, but I think from my childhood, I have always been somebody who, spoke quite a lot. Apparently, that's a part of the things that help you to know where you're going to be. But also, I also came from a family where we had many people who are outspoken writers, people who really express themselves. So I like to think that I started being a journalist when I was very young. And I think for us, all of us who are here, you want to think about your environment and ask yourself whether it's actually something that is contributing to your career. And later on, while in secondary school, and I'm happy to see young people here, I used to be the one that did the writing and I think the editing. Do we have any people who are young editors in your schools here? How many? Yeah, so this is your journey. Eventually you will end up growing into somebody bigger because in your school, you have about 1,000 or 2,000 students you are communicating to, and you continue learning, and you have maybe a teacher or a patron who is guiding you. And by the time I got to decide what I was going to become, I think all the teachers around me knew that, okay, this is the best career for her. So the people around you help you. So that again led me into a career in journalism. What I can say is that it started from the heart. I liked to do this when I was young. I used to watch a lot of journalism work, watching documentaries, watching people telling stories, listening to like the BBC, and just understanding what's going on in the world. And this is very important because these things remain with you when you're doing journalism. Now, fast forward to where we are now, I still think that journalism is very important. I joined the newsroom later on and did as much as I could, wrote, learned from different people, learned how to write on development, write news, write supplements. I did just about everything. And then I thought, okay, it's time for me to grow. And I spoke to somebody and he told me, oh, do you want to try a career in public relations? And I was like, okay, let me try. I have sisters who are journalists. And so the day I told one of my sisters that I'm going to do public relations, she told me, public relations, really? How can you stoop low into public relations? And so she told me, no, don't go for the interview. I told her I need to. Then she could not believe that I was leaving journalism. And this is what she did. She locked me in the house. She said, you can't go. You can't get out of this house for the job interview, because she thought I had a good future in journalism only. I called the person who had invited me for the interview and I told them I was running late. I talked to my sister. I told her, just give me a chance to just go and do what I have to do. I might reject the job. So she said, all right, I'll leave you to do it. And then when I went, I excelled in the interview, and I came back to her and I told her I am getting into a career in public relations, and she could not believe, because then the idea of public relations was like, yeah, those guys just do the easier job. They're not like journalists. But I reached there, and it's quite a full-time job, and I think Irene can tell you, you deploy both journalism, you deploy writing, you deploy research and everything, and again, I excelled in that, and later on, I grew into helping brands grow, doing social responsibility projects and everything, and later on, I got into development communication and decided I needed to go and study more. And when I came back to study, I decided, okay, I am going to support the media environment in this country the way I can in media development, in film production, and social change communication. And that's where I am now. So you're going to ask, is this career still important? It is very important. I have not been one person since my first time of joining journalism. You keep reinventing yourself, and the environment still needs communicators in different places. So yes, it's important. We have a lot of work to do. We are still very few, and I believe the future is bright.
Thank you. I'll pick it from where you left it. A very good morning to you all. Good morning. Yeah, so thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Irene Nakasita. I am the president of the Public Relations Association of Uganda. And on the 22nd of May, PRAO turned 50 years old. So, yeah. It's no mean feat, an association growing this old. It means it's producing, or it has already produced so many professionals in the space. And we are here to share our knowledge, experiences, and wisdom with you so that we motivate you, inspire you, and also encourage you to grow in the same sphere of space that we are in, and if it is your desire and best interest. On my day-to-day, I do work with the Uganda Red Cross Society. It is a humanitarian organization which saves lives of people during emergencies. So the work I do is life-saving communications. Sorry, the panel setup had kind of guided us to look like we are seated. But when I stand here, I feel like a preacher, so I may need some space so that I can see all of you. Yeah, so the question required us to share about our career journey, yeah, and maybe what motivated us to pursue the career and whether it is still relevant. For me, I grew up with my father, and every day my father used to ask me to listen to the news at 7 p.m. So my dad was this Mzee who would in the evening go out with friends. So when he comes back home and he has missed the news, you literally have to tell him everything that you had. Not a TV, because in our home we did not have that privilege of having that black and white TV, but at least we had a small radio. Somebody was asking about sound solo. So probably my age is also in that generation of sound solo. I don't know. But anyway, I used to have a radio in front of me every evening, and I had to listen to the news. So that when my father comes back, I have to tell him everything, how it started and how the news ended. So somehow, this kind of formed in my mind that actually news reading is good. And of course, with time, when the generation of TVs also came up and you would watch people watching, or rather reading news, I would admire. I remember at my church, I go to a local church in Makai, Natete, called Matters Church Natete. We used to have one of the elders there. He was a news reader on WBS, UBC, the late Danny Chaze. So we used to admire Mr. Dan Chaze, and then we were like, I want to be like Mr. Chaze, because he was so eloquent. He had a deep voice, you know, he was a very good speaker, even a leader in my church. So I grew up looking up to people like him, and I knew I would be a news reader. So when I went through high school, of course, I went to Makerere University, and I applied for mass comm as my degree course, but I was not admitted. I think I applied for day, and I think my points were few, I don't know. I got 17 points. I thought I would get the course, but I was not given my first choice. I was given my second choice, which was IT. So nonetheless, I went and pursued IT. But deep inside me, I still wanted mass comm and journalism. So I wasn't convinced that IT was my course. I did it. I remember I was a student leader for the 3 years of the course, so I would have access to all the notes. In any way, I would be the one to even distribute the notes to the people. We went through all those generations of floppy disks, from floppy to flash, I mean, we went through all those things, content capturing, data storage, and all those things, and which are equally relevant for journalism and mass comm. Yeah, but after doing IT, I remember I looked for jobs. IT jobs were not easy to get. First of all, during internship, we would be sent to photocopy and print. That is because nobody would trust us with the server room. Yeah, as an IT person, your best learning environment is the server room, or looking at the actual computers that the organization has and what they do. But remember, you don't have the competencies and you cannot manage them. So nobody will trust you with such a great asset to manage it without skills. So remember, they used to say, go and photocopy for us, go and print for us. But for me, the other thing I picked during internship is I did internship with an agency, which was a research agency. So I said, let me also pick some skills in research. That is something that I went away from the role of photocopying and printing. After that, but I was a writer. Me, I loved writing myself, so thank you. I loved writing, so I remember there was a job advert for a bank. There was a job advert for a bank for a database. Sir, this is there was a job advert for a database manager. A database administrator.
Hello?
Is it working? Okay, thank you. I went and sat for the interview. I did not pass. I marked myself. I just know I've not passed, because I reached there and the language they asked me to use to develop the database, I did not study it. So in Makere, I had learned MySQL and SQL as database languages. Now I am coming to a bank and I'm told to use Squirrel to develop a database. And I knew I did not have the Squirrel experience. So the best I could do is tell the interviewer that Sebo, big man. And I left. The other requirement they wanted somebody who could drive a manual car. I still could not drive a manual car. Now looking at a manual car and developing a database in Squirrel, and I failed both, I went home. Now when I went home, I got a piece of paper, now started marking myself. My career life, where am I headed? I can't drive a manual car. I cannot design a database in Squirrel. So where is my future? But I said, let me go to the driving school. So I got into the driving school so that I start at least learning how to drive a manual car. So that tomorrow, if another interview comes and it needs somebody who can drive a manual car, at least I can present myself. While there, an organization, Compassion International, advertised for a job. They wanted contract writers. I said, but I can write, let me apply. I applied. I went in, I did interviews, I passed. So when I got my first job as a contract writer, I began telling stories of children in poverty and how Compassion International was transforming their lives. So my role was to write and convince the sponsors of wherever Compassion was sending the letters to or the stories to, that the program has impact in Uganda, and so they can still sponsor more children. They would pay me 50,000 shillings per story, but with time, my stories brought in so many sponsors, so many, and they were all attributing to stories written by Irene. So a memo came from Compassion International Colorado saying that my stories were really good. So they increased my pay to 200,000 shillings per story. Now I would write about 5 stories in a month. And that's my 1 million shillings, not taxed. I'm a young girl, fresh from school, and I was happy. But then I said, I do not have qualifications in what I am doing. That is how I said now I have an opportunity to go back and pursue my interest, which was a course in journalism and mass communication. And that's when I met Dr. Monica, Professor Monica, who was teaching masters at Makerere University. So I did not want my dream to die. You see, from listening to the radio every evening to trying to pursue the course, or rather a degree in journalism and not getting it, but then diverting into IT, then back into journalism and mass communication. Now, the content writer job is what ushered me into the profession, officially. And since then, I think I've not looked back. So all my entire career work has been in communication, and I've not been in the newsroom, so I won't say journalism per se, but I've done development communication work over the time. So from there, I moved to World Vision Uganda, which is a similar organization that looks after children. Lydia, you're welcome. That looks after children. And still I did development communication and now fundraising, because my work was to tell the stories of children in poverty. And these stories were not merely communicating impact, but also need. And what that meant was, where we need donors and sponsors and people to fund the program, you need to tell them about the programs, the needs in the communities, the children that they intend to support. And eventually I ended up now doing fundraising as well. So you see how a journalism and mass communication career has shaped my profession into communication and fundraising. And today, I work for the Uganda Red Cross Society. I am a director of communication, resource mobilization, and partnerships management. So I still believe that this profession is very relevant. And the issue is only one. For us, we always say, as we tell stories or as we do public relations or communications, is what our organizations earn in the end is trust. And for me, I say trust is currency. Because this money that we get from the donors or the partners who come to give, they give because they are convinced that they should actually give you. So before you earn that trust, there has to be a lot of communication that has been made, you know. Before you convince the person that I'm actually trustworthy, that I am actually good, I'm worth being given, you know, I am the best to whom you should give, that person must have probably observed you, watched you, and have had the opportunity to trust you before they give you their money. And who does that? The people who shape the narratives, the communicators, are the ones who are doing this background work. I always tell my employer that the Red Cross that I work for thrives on public goodwill. If the public does not trust us, nothing of the Red Cross will work, because most of the things we do are community. We need blood, we have to come to you. If you don't trust us, you won't give us your blood, yeah? We want to support you, to give you aid. If you don't trust us, you won't allow us into your community. So we need to do a lot of communication to be able to make the atmosphere friendly and conducive for us to be able to do our work. So the art and power of communication and PR is so strong that without that trust, nobody will be able to work, nobody will trust you with resources, nobody will even partner with you. And for me, that is why I feel I need to continue pursuing this kind of career, because it has helped me, made me who I am today. I thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Praise God. What I'm about to tell you is my personal road. I believe
you can learn a few things, because personally, I don't believe there's a formula about life, but you know, we're all here to try out things. So this is mine. I was born not long ago, 1989, and a few of my young friends tell me that that's long ago, but me, I feel it is like yesterday. So yeah, I was born in Kajansi, went to school in Kajansi, went to Masakeses, then later joined Mengeses, from where I joined Makerere University, where I did a bachelor's in industrial fine art. And that's where I actually learned the specialization in photography. I majored in advanced photography, and a bit after that, I also added some training with the German School of Photojournalism. And I want to tell you all this, not really to impress you in any way, but the idea is formal training mattered for me because it gave me the foundation. But it was just part of the input. It did not guarantee what came after, but it gave me a bit of a foundation. And this is where the journey started. While at university, I joined the New Vision for internship. And that's where I met my friend, Mr. Semakula. Actually, he's my uncle, Wawa Lugave. But before that, I started with Semakula's brother, Katende, while we were at Mengo SS. So a bit of that, I want to connect it to social capital and, making friends and extending a hand here and there. So then later, so you see how later I meet Semakula in the newsroom as an intern. Now, good people, to tell you, internship placement is the first bit of trying out to showcase what you've been studying. So while at the New Vision, I got a very big opportunity. First, to interface with the people whose bylines we are seeing in the papers. See, for whoever may not have an idea about what a byline is, when someone takes a photograph or writes a story, usually the story, the name is at the top, but with the pictures, the names usually come at the bottom. And it's a very powerful thing because I experienced it myself. My first picture in the New Vision was somewhere deep in the paper, but I was excited to the extent that personally I bought 5 copies. Because to every time I would reach a stall, I would see a paper, but I wasn't sure if the same picture that I'd seen in the previous one was existing. So I could get a copy and open to see. So, starting as an intern, I got this very big chance to interact with the people whose bylines we were seeing. See, story by John Semakula. Then there I was with Semakula in the same space. For me, it was a big thing. Then after that, we were sent for assignments. First week of internship. And here, we would go to places like Sheraton, Serena, and would meet people there. The chief guests, they say the guest of honor. When we were in primary, we used to have answers. They would ask you, who is the Minister of Education and Sports? And then you would write, you'd scratch your head, look around, try to remember, until you remember the answer, and say, Honorable Namirembe Bitamazire. So now here, as an intern, I would see Namirembe Bitamazire just right next to me. So for me, I still relate that to the power of journalism, because then it takes you closer to the people that maybe you admire, maybe people that you've been watching on TV. So you interact, closely, to the point that you can even get closer and, tap on them just to feel if they're human beings like you. We even went further and met people, what we used to call celebrities, and I know they still are. People like Jose Chameleone, people like, big celebrities, big artists. Then there was a time John Patrick Amama and Baba's Right Honorable. Big people, you'd get close. And still that's not the story. After all that, I don't know if it is taught in journalism as ethics, I don't know, but I would want to relate to you because for me it was an exciting thing. While covering those assignments in those hotels I'm telling you, and good places, Munyonyo, where I would move around, would get to eat, get served really tasty food. Tasty food. I mean, on a day when you haven't eaten well, and after an assignment, they beg you, but please, journalists, you come, there's some lunch for you here. So they would serve us buffet. I don't know if you heard about Continental, or, all these delicacies. You see a range of food dishes that, for example, start from here to the door that side. And you're okay to pick whatever you want to eat. So that was journalism for me as a beginner. So shortly after that, I requested, and I want to be very honest, I requested my supervisor, because my internship time had come to an end, I asked them to allow me a chance to continue because I was really enjoying. So they allowed me to be a freelancer at the New Vision. And that gave me an ID. Identification and belonging to the New Vision. I'm sorry, sometimes when I get to talk, I have a lot to share with the people. So they had told me that this is an introduction. Maybe I'll have more time to tell you more in the afternoon. But for now, Samakula says I can proceed. So I got a placement as an intern at the New Vision, as a freelance, and there I continued. So from being an intern, there was an opening. So I want to still tell you guys that my actual entry into the profession was very ordinary. I want to say it was basic because I joined the New Vision, which is Uganda's leading dairy, as an intern, then a freelancer, and then eventually I became a permanent staff. So, and that was the journey. So you will ask me, so then after staff, then what? So what is there to really admire? Or what is exciting about you being a staff photographer, being a freelance, working at the New Vision, Uganda's leading daily? So while at university, being an intern and being able to earn some money was something, because then while some people dodged lunch, I was able to buy because I had some money. Working there, you would have pictures published, and that meant payment. Every picture would go for some money. They would pay you per byline. Still, that was not the only issue. I remember so many examples. There was a time we received, we were assigned to cover the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, as a freelance. And a good gentleman offered to take us to South Africa for a tour. Again, that is not the only story. There are many. But I'm trying to collect all these things, rush them through. But I want to get you back to the idea of what is it that we really get to benefit from this profession? Or why is it even relevant? Is it important? Personally, you see, life for me, I believe life starts with me, just like happiness starts with me, and self-love starts with me before I spread it out. Usually a happy soul is seen, even in class. When you're not happy, even what should be easy answers may become hard. So this journalism gave me really much exposure and the freedom to explore many things. And that is how I got the energy to explore as many things, to execute as much. And not in a very long time, after my graduation, a call came in, and I was recommended. First, I got a job as a permanent staff at the New Vision. Then later, I was recommended to work at the State House, to be the presidential photographer. And I'm really trying to rush all this through, but I'm trying to also show you, one, I didn't apply for this job, but they recommended me. The recommendation came after a long time of doing my best. While I was doing my best, I'm very certain, because like I told you, praise God earlier, I'm very certain God was doing amazing things behind the back, in the background. So what is it in the career? You see, it is as important, very, very important, because there are so many challenges that come with life, but also there's this idea that many young people have. I've heard some say, fake it until you make it. To the extent that some people wear baggy jeans, baggy trousers, carry heavy bags. Some even do cornrows and Rastafarian hair, to look like a photographer. Some will want to wear specs and wear suits and, try to pose around as journalists. Some might even try to force accents to read like Barry Francis. I don't know if many of you people can relate. But for me, I believe that it's the work that you put in, the concentration, the persistence. And the bigger goal is you're going to enjoy amazing things. Personally, where I'm standing, and I don't really intend to impress you people or to sound like a motivational speaker, but life gets really good. Life gets sweet. Life gets sweet to the extent that you can travel the world, you move places, you enjoy all these things about life. And the road is where you are, where we're standing today. Journalism, multimedia. Thank you so much.
Let's give Abu another hand clap. For those who came in late, my name is Miria Babanga Sydney. And my earliest memories as a child were stories. I loved listening to stories. And my favorite character was Ichuli. And I had a grandmother who would tell stories. And I loved listening to the stories that she would tell. And I think my older siblings as well. There was always somebody who was telling one story or the other. But my first encounter, or the first time I said I wanted to become a journalist, was in senior 3. I used to be on the wrong side of the law at school. And I got a good share of strokes while I was at school. But this one particular time, the head teacher said, Sydney, we're not going to beat you. We just want to understand how we can help you. And I remember, God bless his soul, he rested. For the first time, I felt somebody understood me. And my dad was raring to have me caned. But he said, no, we shall not cane him. My dad said, no, he likes wearing big hats. He likes wearing jeans. He likes wearing T-shirts. And of course, the other students were going out to run, and I was in jeans, I was in a T-shirt, and of course, I'd been summoned for punishment in the headmaster's office. And so the head teacher asked me one question. He said, Sydney, what do you want to become when you grow up? I told him a journalist. Because being a journalist meant freedom. you could wear whatever you wanted. Well, at the time, there were t-shirts, jeans, sneakers, and I loved that bit. And one other thing that I remembered when I was growing up, my dad loved listening to BBC. And there were interviewers like Robin White, who would question presidents, ask tough questions, hold people to account. And that is the kind of thing that got my imagination. And I thought, I think this is a kind of profession I would want to be involved in. I mean, I would like to get into. So I finished senior 4, senior 6. I didn't get enough points to take me to university, and I wanted to go to a school of journalism to do a diploma or something like that. But my dad, being traditional and being a teacher, was looking for security. And he said, you need to go to a teacher training school. So I went to NCHE in Kozi, and I studied a Bachelor of Education. But the dream was to be a journalist. And one of the first radio stations, I think, was a Christian station. So when I finished in 1998, in 1999, I went to this radio station, and I think I was asked to be a presenter. And that's why I began my journey in 1999 at this. It was called Voice of Life. I was given an opportunity to present. But still, I felt there was a hunger in me. I wanted to be in the field. And I do remember that there were specific people who were allowed to go to the field, and a few of us were allowed just to be in the studio. It's a music program that I was presenting. So one day I was given an opportunity to go out the field to start writing, and the story was aired. Then there was a group of other journalists that we used to go out with to look for stories. One of them happened to be, those of you who've been following the big names in the media, Thabo Butagira. He was working at Monitor. He was working at Radio Paida. And alongside, he had just finished senior 6. And one other thing he was doing was, he was also stringing for the Monitor. And here I was, writing for Voice of Life, which was a radio station, and I had a diploma in education. And I told myself, if he can write for the newspaper, I too can write for the newspaper. But I won't go to the same newspaper, I'll go to the other newspaper. So I walked into New Vision. That was in 2000. And I meet the news editor and tells me, have you written before? I tell him I've been writing stories for Voice of Life. He asks me, do you have a story? I showed him something I had written and said, go to the field and start writing. And so I go. I have 2 passport photographs, and that was it. So I go to the field, back up country, of course. 1 month goes by, no story appears. 2nd month goes, nothing has been published. 3rd month, I called and said, what's going on? He said, what did you say your name is again? I told him. And I think that week I saw my first story appearing in the paper. I actually did a cutout, kept it in my album. Those of you who are young don't know what albums are. During our time when there were no cameras, you had an album where you'd keep photographs. So I cut it out and I kept it there. And I did that to the 2nd. And during our time, we didn't have computers. As a matter of fact, I don't think I'd used a computer at that time. I had a typewriter. I forgot to carry it along. I still have that typewriter to date. You would type your story using a typewriter. Mine was sleek. It was like in a briefcase. It was given to me by a friend. So you'd type your story, and then you'd go to the post office. Many of you don't know what a post office is. But you'd go to a post office. That's a place where you'd receive letters from. There was the only fax machine there. So you would put it in there, and then it would come out behind the news editor through the fax machine. Then somebody else would pick it up and would type it. That's how far we have come. But because of the hunger, I had this diploma in education, And I thought, to be a journalist, I must have a degree in education, in journalism. So I applied using my diploma to Makerere University to do a Bachelor of Mass Communication. I think Professor Chibit at that time was the head of department for Mass Com. Just as we're about to sit for our first exams, I received a letter from the academic registrar telling me that your admission has been cancelled. Now, that was a heartbreak. Imagine you've put all your heart to doing something, and you think this is your gateway, this is your pass. This is the only way I am going to do what I dreamt of in senior 3. And then you get a letter saying, no way, there's a roadblock. It broke me. And I thought, what do I do? It wasn't my fault. They said, the letter had the words, we admitted you inadvertently. And, but since you have a very good diploma, you can apply for any other course, because the Senate rules at that time were to the effect that you needed to have either a diploma in communication or a diploma in journalism to be able to do a Bachelor of Communication. But there were people in second year who had come using the same path. So I decided we're going to fight this out in court. I said, I'm not going to take this lying down, because the university said, we're going to give back your money. I'd only applied for one course, because I didn't want any other course. I just wanted Bachelor of Mass Communication, nothing else. So there were about 5 of us whose admissions had been cancelled. The others, they were given their second options, which means they lost 1 year. And for me, I was also, I had to start completely afresh. I had to go through the process of application since I did not have a second choice. So what happens? I was disappointed. I talked to some top lawyers. One of them told me, you know what, Sydney? We can get an estopel. You go ahead with your exams. Another one told me, this is a very good case. This is an open and shut case. You know what? First bring 500,000 shillings. You're going to help to gather the evidence and all that. And we're going to court. You will win this case. Because 1, they have caused you mental trauma. 2, there are people who are in second year using the same qualifications. 3, there are expenses which they have not considered. So they have to pay you over and above the amount of money they say they're giving back to you. And I nodded. But wisdom told me, why don't you consult a little bit more? So I went. That time, Justice Catherine Bamgemeriri was a magistrate at Buganda Road Court. So I walked to her chambers and I asked her, I tell her, this is what has happened. Exams are starting next week. So what do I do? So she tells me, Sydney, you can actually win this case. But the question is, at what cost? Why don't you cut your losses, go take back that money, and you do what they've told you to do? I know how you're feeling right now, but cut your losses. They have said, they have admitted their error, and they are willing to give you back your money. So I walked back to the university, picked the money. Before I reached the bus park, it was finished. It was, I think, about it was about 700,000 shillings. It was finished because I was so frustrated. So I go back to Arua, and I continue writing for New Vision. I think that was the best thing that ever happened to me. Because I was not in the classroom, I was out in the field, writing stories. That is when I had opportunities there was a witch hunt which was going on in the DRC Congo, I was able to go there. I was the only journalist who was there. I was able to cover. You can imagine whole villages chasing people, alleging that they are witches, and then they are being killed. That's a story which was picked up by the BBC. Somebody called me, and you know, the feeling that you were doing something, exposing what those people would perhaps have wanted to remain hidden. Come the time for going to university, the time for applications, I applied to Makerere University. I said, this time I'm going to do law. I applied. I even had my second choice was a Bachelor of Arts, and then others. But this is what happened. Makerere did not admit me. And I remember having a conversation with my dad. I didn't want to go to Chiambogo because I had applied there. I reluctantly applied there. In fact, I applied using photocopies of certified copies because the requirement was you needed to have certified copies. So I wanted to give them an excuse not to admit me. So I applied to Chiambogo as well. When the results come out, my dad told me, you said you were going to go to school, so what has happened? More or less sarcastically. I said, no. In October, I'll still go to the university. It doesn't matter which university. Shortly after that, the results from Chiambogo come. I had been admitted for a Bachelor of Education. And it's a course I didn't want to do. I already had the diploma. I did not want to do the Bachelor of Education. One, there are very many course units there, and it's not something that my heart was into. But I needed to have a degree. And reluctantly I went, and it's one of those courses I thought, if I do it, I won't get a first class or a second class upper. I'll just get maybe one of those degrees, which I did not want. But I cut my losses. I went there. I studied for 2 years, and I graduated with a second class upper Bachelor of Education. But what is the story in there? I was afraid that I was going to lose 1 year. I recovered that 1 year by going to Chiambogo University and doing the Bachelor of Education for 2 years. So I finished within the same time frame with the friends with whom I had joined at Makerere University. What am I saying? Sometimes certain things happen to you in your career. Excuse me. And you might think this is the end of the road. It's not the end of the road. It certainly is not the end of the road. If you remain focused and if you have good counsel around you. Imagine I had not spoken to Justice Bamgemerere. I had listened to the lawyers. I don't know. Because she told me that this case might take up to 3-4 years before it's concluded. Within that period, you would probably have gotten a degree, a master's or something else. So cut your losses. The other thing was, I was paying for myself. And so raising the first semester tuition was a tug of war. And that is why I had to register towards the end of the semester. And then received that letter and started all afresh. At Chiambogo University, what I paid for the 2 years, I would have paid it in 1 year at the university. So somehow the costs were down. Many times certain things happen. You may not have the long-term story. You may not know how things are going to turn out, which was the case for me. But if you remain consistent, if you remain persistent, you will get to the end of the road. So I finish, and once I finished, I continued doing freelance journalism. And during our time, to be staff, it was easier if you were a sub-editor. And so there was a time when they used to take on trainee subs, and I applied. I was taken on as trainee sub. I became a staff. And for the last 26 years, I have been at the New Vision. There are many things that have happened in between there. But what I would want to leave with you is that God has a plan for you, but you need to come with a good attitude. You need to be willing to take on, to put your ego aside and appear what might be a lowly job. I've seen people who come into the newsroom and they come with attitude. No, I will not take on that assignment. I want the other one. No, I will not do the other one. So we come with an attitude when we are so picky. But with journalism, you need to be humble. You need to be down to earth. And in being down to earth, that is when you'll be able to tell the good stories. I told you that my earliest memories as a child were stories, the stories that I had. To date, I still love the art of storytelling. That is something that is with us. As human beings, we love stories. When somebody is telling you a story and is telling it very well, you will be inclined to listen. And you'd want to know what that person's experiences are. And that is what we are supposed to do. That is who we are. We are storytellers. And my little bio was read. And over the years, I've grown through the ranks. And until the 1st of July, I started off as editor-in-chief of the New Vision. You can imagine from a freelance journalist to the topmost position in the industry. I say this with great humility. Why? Because when I joined, the only thing that drove me was what my brother Abu said, a byline. That was my motivation. It wasn't the money. It was never the money. It was writing a good story that was so good that an editor would say it merits being published. That is the one thing that drove me. Today, it still is. I get opportunities to look at the stories before they get published. And I can tell that this is a good story. And I can tell that this is a bad story. This one, you need to work on it. You need to panel beat it. Maybe this person did not talk to enough people for it to warrant being published. Storytelling is with us and will continue to do with us. And we need people who will be brave enough to tell the stories. We need people who will be brave enough to hold those who are in positions to account. And so if you're there and you're dreaming of a career in journalism, the opportunities are there, they are immense. But first, you have to prepare yourself mentally. Second, you have to be prepared to be humble. Thirdly, you need to burn the midnight candle. Don't go for the quick fixes. Don't go for the easy. Easy come, easy go. Go in determined. Identify somebody who is your role model. And by role model, I mean somebody who inspires you and is actually putting in the hard work. What social media has done is there are people who are elevated to a very high status, and they have very many likes, they have very many followings. But when you look at their character, it's lacking. Somebody who inspires you to be the best version of yourself, that is what I would leave you with. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm going to be really fast. I'm called Bildan Arnold Borodi. Yeah. So For starters, I work with the Uganda Christian University Standard Community newspaper as a staff writer. So, a flashback, I think I've always been passionate about journalism. I was in Global Junior School, just here in Mukono, and P6, P5, I started to read news on assemblies. So I carried on that passion, and when I went to Senior 1, there is that thing of not mixing levels. I don't know, is it still there? So a Senior 1 cannot do certain things. But I moved to the Senior 6 Writers Club president, and I was like, my guy, I have to read news. And he was so amused by my courage to walk to him and, tell him I have news, I've prepared, I want to read. So I got an opportunity in my second week in Senior 1. So I started reading news. I grew in the ranks of the Writers Club. By the time I was in Senior 3, I think I was vice president of Writers Club at Namiliango SS. Then I moved to Makerere College School. And in Makerere College School, still in the second week of study, I had to present news. People need to be informed. So I delivered the news bulletin, and I continued to do it. I got a team, we worked together, and by the time I finished Form 6, I was president of Writers Club, and I delivered a magazine for Makerere College School. So you see that journey, the passion has always been at the forefront. So I was excited about the screen, and in my Senior 6 vacation, instead of just sitting home, I decided to move with a friend of mine, Kawogoza, to NBS TV. So we'd move to NBS TV, and because we're young people, we aligned with a gentleman called MC Olo. So we are there, would go, do school tours, go to schools, and it was the media space. So along that way, Magic One TV wanted a presenter. They wanted female presenters, and they wanted a short video, and then you submit that video, and they wanted 2 female presenters. For me, I submitted a video. I went home, did my short video, and I sent to the email that was provided. Before I knew it, I was actually picked to be a presenter for Magic One on a show called Teen's Crown. I don't know, have you people watched it? Have you people watched it? Yeah, so I was on Teen's Crown. I did Teen's Crown for an entire year. During COVID-19, I was an essential worker. I would be picked from home as people were at lockdown. So I enjoyed that moment, and I loved the experience of journalism. Then COVID-19 came. COVID-19 was at its climax. Makerere University gave me a bachelor's of community psychology. I was like, no, how can I do community psychology? I didn't even know the course exists. For me, my passion was journalism. So I applied to UCU. At the same time, I was applying to Makerere for journalism as my first and some other courses. So UCU gave me journalism, media, and communication. So immediately during COVID-19, during the lockdown, as other universities were home, seated, we started serious studies at UCU. And I think that has been one of my best decisions I have made, choosing to come to UCU, because the journey after there has been very interesting. It's a hustle, like they mentioned. It's a gamble. Life is really a gamble. So with UCU, we really started the gamble. We initiated an association which was existing but died, called Media Link Association. We started it again with my classmates. And through the guidance of Mr. Semakula, he suggested that we begin UCU Focus TV and push it forward. So we loved the idea of TV and wanted to be seen anyways. And we were passionate about it. So we started to push UCU Focus TV. We would go, we're not making any single coin, but we had to have news bulletins run every week. We had to have political talk shows around the universities run, So we ran with UCU Focus. Then somewhere we started doing film projects. Some of our film projects have gotten awards, and I'm happy that some good amount of money was given to the School of Journalism. We did those films in really low budgets, We would do films when you're very hungry, but we kept pushing and we kept that passion. Then, as soon as I graduated in 2023. I'm still very young in comparison with the panel here, which is a veteran panel. So in 2023, I sat down in my room and I was like, yo, what next with life? And of course, I knew about artificial intelligence. So I started to give more attention into researching and understanding the concept of artificial intelligence. And I was enthused by the magnitude and impact this new technology has on our lives. At that time, generative AI it had just been released around November. So I did a deep dive study in it. And somehow, because maybe I'm at UCU, God was with me, we had a career symposium just here. And a gentleman called Nestor Paul Katende was invited. So Nestor Paul came to give a keynote address. And in his keynote, after the keynote address, we had projects, just like how you're seeing journalism projects. So we had projects that we had presented to show the guests that were present. So when I talked to Nestor Paul, we exchanged numbers. And before you know it, 2 months later, because of the knowledge I shared with him in AI, he invited me to, meet him, and he was like, look, you're doing journalism and your knowledge about AI. I have this organization. I want you to be PR for the organization. And I was like, oh, why not? I was really excited at that time. So I started working in a new field of artificial intelligence. Otic Group is an AI company that is trying to accelerate its adaptation in Africa. It operates in Uganda and Kenya. So now this is someone with almost zero experience, leading a conversation of impact to generations, for generations to come. So I was in this position now. I had to find my way around it. And I think along that time, I started writing for the Standard. So I would do journalism for the Standard and then become a PR person later on. So that is how we have been, surviving. That is how we have been pushing. And because of the experience I've had with Otic Group and trying to integrate journalism and AI, it has been able to push me into places I really don't believe I am in, Who am I to be seated with Sydney right now? But because of understanding a need, understanding a problem, and finding a way of merging journalism and AI, I've been able to explore. So through my journey, I was able to enroll with a police think tank at the London School of Economics and Political Science. I did a course on a fellowship course on a fellowship program on AI and how we can adapt AI in sub-Saharan Africa. And so that is how I have moved on. And of course, a lot of opportunities have been coming my way, but UCU is really a place that has been a start for me. It has pushed me. Recently, I started a new role again. As I'm here writing for the Standard, I started a new role with Publicist Africa Communications as their content and editorial lead. And I was recommended by the communications officer of UCU. So that has been my journey. And from my journey, it is about, first of all, passion. Next, being able to network and being able to understand the foundational concepts of journalism and communication. For you to be able to thrive in this era of journalism, you need to be a one-man army journalist. That they will call you to write stories at the New Vision, you're able to write them. That One Row TV will want you to come and be a presenter, to be an anchor, to be a reporter on news, and you're able to deliver broadcast content. That you're able to have your TikTok running. You're able to have your express running. I think one of the things that has pushed me is being able to understand the concept of one-man army journalism and be able to be versatile because it opens more doors and opportunities for you. Is this profession having a future? I think more than ever with this entire conversation of AI, journalism is, if we sit down, if we discuss, and if we agree collectively on the path of artificial intelligence, I think journalism is going to be one of the professions that will live and last for generations to come. But if we sit back and wait to be dictated for how to do our journalism, I think we're going to be doomed. So the onus is on us to preserve our profession, and we have the best opportunity to be able to live, to be able to get out of the sham we are in. Right now, social media has disrupted journalism, but if we understand AI, I think we will be able to prosper. Then finally, there's been a policy by the government to promote sciences. So there are more sciences than artists. So there are more jobs, in other words. So the field is virgin, the field is broad, and the field is expanding. I don't know, I think I'll have more time to talk later about the expansion in the field, but there are new routes of reporting, reporting on AI, reporting on algorithms. So there is a big opportunity in journalism, media, and communication. If you choose it, or if you're doing it, you are not doing it, you're not doing it, you're not on a wrong path. And if you take what the panelists shared with you, persistence, being humble, I think the sky will be the limit. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please. Those are very inspiring stories from different individuals who are experts in the industry that we are in. But of the different stories, we have a few underlying factors that join us all. I've picked 3, and I'm going to share them. Number one, self-discovery, discovering your passion and what you want to do and who you want to be. 2, resilience, going after it no matter the circumstances. You might have to drive a manual car, you might have to sue a university, there's a lot that you could do, but as long as you're focused and you have a vision in your mind, you will achieve it. And number 3, network. Your network matters a lot in your journey. So today, we have different experts. We have students, we have speakers, we have journalists and communication professionals. Make a friend. You never know what contribution this person could make to your future. It's an amazing panel discussion, but our time is fast spent. I'm going to ask just one question and we will go for a break. The question I'm going to ask is going to go to the president of Prahu and Mr. Sydney. The students and the audience would like to know, for the fields that you are in, what available opportunities are there now? Specifically, in communication and public relations, are there training programs? Are there job opportunities? For the young people, even for the experts that are here, for things, are there learning opportunities for them to increase their expertise? What specific opportunities do we have in your field, in your particular fields?
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you guys are learning something. Are we boring you? No. Okay, that is great to know. Yeah, so I'll say I look at this like an open checkbook, really. I will not say there is this particular job here, but you have all the opportunities at your disposal as long as you... I think I love what Sydney ended with, the issue of attitude. Many of us, I think, are tuned. I was on my phone a few minutes ago, and I read a caption that somebody had posted planned kid abikoze. But when I tried to click on the link, it was taking me to planned kid that had really just messed up somebody's wedding. Yeah? Some of us are so much entitled. Our attitude is extremely pathetic. You know, you want something, so you must have it. Yeah? Or because maybe you joined the organization because you know the CEO, and therefore for you, things should come your way automatically. You understand? So the field of journalism, PR, communication is so wild. Really, really, really. Like somebody say, all of us can actually have space to fit in this world. So you don't need to go and bash this colleague or this one. As long as I am here. I mean, am I squeezed here? I am not. So the jobs are there. It's how you present yourself, what qualifications you have, what attitude you have, what you actually want, and maybe how you go for it. Because somebody will advertise today, the job may not be yours, it may be for him or for her. But what qualifications do you have? We have all gone for interviews before where they say, like, yes, I am a director. When they advertised my job, they said, we want somebody with this qualification, with this number of years of work experience, you know. At some point, they'll say, we want a master's, and everyone has a what? A master's. At some point, they'll say, we want somebody with 10 years work experience, and people with 10 years work experience are all many, and they're all there, yeah? And maybe they'll say, I want somebody like me who works in the NGO sector, somebody who has worked in the NGO field for maybe, okay, experience working in the NGO world is an added advantage. And all of us have that what? That experience, yeah? Maybe somebody will say, somebody with professional qualifications is also an added what? Advantage. Maybe you're looking at things like CIPR, which we have done as professional chartered courses, and all of us have done that. Now, the job go to you and not to her, because all of you have met the minimum requirements, or even the maximum what? Requirements. So I was whispering to him a few minutes ago, and we said, these people have unlimited opportunities. You can be a PR. You can be a communications person. You can be a photographer. He's a photographer for the president. I mean, it's a professional job. You can be a photographer. Somebody will say, I am a videographer. I've seen somebody who is so many years above me in terms of work experience, and her role, she's a videographer for her organization, and she has been there for like 25 years. I mean, I've not made 25 years in the workspace, but that is her job. Somebody is a graphics designer. Their work is to curate content in a creative manner and portray it, and it amazes people. And that skill is with them, maybe not with me, yeah? Some people are writers. When they start writing, you can't even, compete. They're excellent orators. There are people who are into public speaking, and that is their role. They just speak, and they're telling you, I'm a master trainer in public speaking. And meanwhile, they are teaching themselves. Because some of these courses or skills, there is no school where you're going to go to learn them. Maybe you teach yourself out of passion, you know. Or, this is something you love, you go for it, you master in it, you keep learning and training yourself, and you become an expert at it. And maybe at some point X, you just choose to say, let me go for further education so that I grow in that space in terms of my academic qualifications. So, for me, what I'll say, I'll not tell you there's a job role here or there are jobs in this field, or even Mr. Sydney may not tell you in the newsroom we have a position for somebody, but when you show up, maybe you show cause, you show that you're relevant, you can end up getting a job. I'll give you an example. Lydia, my colleague here, let me request you to stand up. I'll talk about you. Yeah. Please clap for Lydia. When I saw her here, I asked her whether she teaches here, and she said, you may sit, Lydia. Lydia has worked for the Red Cross before, and that was before I joined Red Cross. So when I just joined Red Cross, those are among the people I consulted for support for me to be able to fit in my role. Thank you, Lydia, for being kind. Yeah. So when I had just joined the Red Cross, I was working alone. So you sit in a one-man's department where all the work rests on you. You are the photographer, you're the videographer, you're the media relations person, you're the crisis communicator, you're the one going to the field to capture stories. There's work in the boardroom you have to go and photograph. Now the journalists need a press release. I was everything, doing all the work alone. And here walks a lady to me. Says, Madam Irene, actually, I think it was holiday. A lady walked to me from Makerere University and she told me she's a second-year student. Makerere University, their journalism course is 4 years. So I think they begin internship in their 3rd year. But she was in 2nd year. So she tells me she's bored at home, but she's pursuing journalism and mass communication, and she would like to major in PR. So she told me, I have decided to walk to you to request you to give me space in your office, so that at least I learn something from you. This was a godsend. I looked at this lady with her curvy body and her beauty. And I said, girls of this stature in this era are very few. Trust me, I organized a desk, a beautiful chair, and I told her, you have the space. But had she kept herself at home, would she have gotten that opportunity? She went out of her comfort. Why should I be at home? I am learning journalism. I don't know these things of journalism. I have seen an organization. Maybe I should go to them and request them to give me an opportunity to learn. I have recommended that lady for jobs. I think she's doing her 5th job now. If I were you, I would clap. She's doing her 5th job right now. But for me, a person who walked to me, I did not invite her, I didn't know her, so I won't say there were connections. No. So, sir, madam, the jobs are not going to pin themselves somewhere for you. You're going to have to rise up and look for them. But also how you show up matters. Don't come with no single skill. While you're here in the university and there is a lab, a computer lab, at least go in there and start reading about how you can start using Canva to at least make a poster. Yeah? At least go. The man is here telling you, for him, they wanted women, girls, to present videos of girls showing their expertise in presenting. He said, me, I'm male, but I'll still send. And he sent. Didn't he get the job? Some of us are too comfortable. We are just very entitled. Or we think things will find them out. They'll find us where we are. It is not there. Last week, on 3rd of July, we had the PR symposium. He told me he missed it. I'll share with you. I invited the minister to come and speak to us. She was new. She had just taken over the office. I looked for the lady. I failed to get her. So I told myself, Nakasita, life doesn't come on a silver plate. Find a way of getting a guest of honor. I cannot have an event with no guest of what? Honor. I wrote my letter. It reached. I knew a certain PA whom she was working with. He had moved on. I now had to find the 2 new PAs that works for the minister. After that, I looked for her driver. After that, I looked for her bodyguard. After that, I looked for who her friends are, because I needed her hook or crook. Trust me, I think in 1 day, I had given up, but I said, I'll not give up. Let me try one more person. I went and benched somebody, and I said, I want you to bring for me the minister. The last phone call I made to the lady, she addressed me by name. Hello, Irene. I was like, does she even know my name? She said, I am coming. But when the lady got into the room, I think the first 10 minutes of her time were about me. She said, I must investigate you. She told me, you're such a fighter. She told me, I'm just 5 days old in office. She told me, you've picked me from Munyonyo, because they were doing orientation. She said, I have come all the way from Munyonyo to come preside over your event, but after that I have to go back to Munyonyo. And now she said, people in this world, there is no free lunch. There's no what? There's no free lunch. So getting a minister into the room took, actually there's a day I went lead at ICT, and I sat from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and I didn't see her. And I had to go. But I said I'll not give up. These jobs are there, very many, but they are actually few. If you're not ready for them, you're not prepared. You may come with your first girl. Dr. Kakoza, you've given out certificates, people who got first class. You may come with your first class and you fail the interview. Yeah. We get people first class. If you give them to write even a press release of 1 of 3 lines, they cannot. In reading, yes, Mobitabo, you're very okay, but practically 0. We have had people who have walked into interviews. You ask for the qualifications. The papers are all okay, but you ask 3, 4, 5 questions. Person starts speaking in tongues. So the jobs are many, sir. Depends on what you want to do, what qualifications you have, what you can deliver, because we also want deliverables. You don't just show up. Show relevancy. What added value? Any innovations? Or it's business as usual? Because like I told you, all of you have the masters. All of you have the 10 years work experience. So, goyongera kochi, what added value? Because that is what they are looking out for today. When you go to Sydney's newsroom and he's looking for people who are going to really write the stories and give them the proper story angles, not PR stories that are just going to be flash and everybody will know, these ones are doing PR for this company, but rather a captivating story that is going to make a proper newspaper with proper headlines. It takes somebody who is very creative. So you may have the first class degree, but you're not creative enough, and so your story won't make it into the papers and you cry. You say, these guys don't like me. Every time I write my stories, they don't come out. It is how you write them. So I may not have a definite answer to your question, but I want to say that jobs are so many, it's actually upon us. How we present ourselves to get them and what value we are bringing on table. Thank you.
Another hand clap for Irene. You heard what Irene said earlier on, and you also heard what Abu said. They distinguished themselves. Irene, through her writing at Compassion, right? She distinguished herself and she got noticed. Jan distinguished herself through her writing. Abu distinguished himself through the kind of photographs that he took and the courage to ask to stay on. Bill, if he had remained in his corner, he would not be where he is. I'll ask you a question. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Are you passionate? Do you like what you do? Do you have an attitude? They say a bad attitude is like a flat tire. It takes a car nowhere. You should be hungry. Let me tell you something. An editor will not refuse somebody who is passionate about their work, somebody who is consistent about their work. I want to ask you a question. We're all breathing air, right? Is it enough for us? Is he finishing all the air for me? There is enough room for all of us. Just as there is air, you just have to understand, how do I distinguish myself? What is my area of passion? How can I get noticed? And then you add on courage. Knock at doors. If somebody says no the first time, no the second time, still knock. There is the story of the persistent widow. And there was that judge. And he said, I don't fear God, I don't fear man. But this woman has been very persistent. Let me give her what she wants so that I can have some peace. So the jobs are there, but it is you to create the job. I always tell people who come into the newsroom, come with a portfolio of what you have done. You say you want to write for me? Come, bring it. I'll look at what you've written. Don't just bring anything. Put your best foot forward. Impress me. Hook me. While you are still in primary school, in secondary school, what are you doing with yourself now to prepare yourself for the future? What are some of the things you're doing? What are you doing when you get this gadget? When I was growing up, we didn't have this gadget. All what you need is here. I like a concept he mentioned, a one-army journalist. Can you do that? Can I send you to the field? Within minutes, you're putting something on social media. Within minutes, there is something for digital. Within minutes, there is something on radio. Within minutes, you're showing it on TV. And the next day, you're deepening it in the newspaper. I'll give an example. We have a small team that does videos. That is the in thing now. What kind of videos are you producing? Because people are having shorter and shorter attention spans. Are you able to come with that skill in the newsroom and cause disruption? I'm going to give an example which is not related to the videos, but about somebody who walked into a field and caused some form of disruption. We do have what you call supplements in the newspapers. And we had this journalist who was writing supplements. But then he figured out, each time I write a supplement, the people from the sales seem to take a bigger commission. Why don't I walk away from journalism and go to sales? Today he's a doctor, he works with Ministry of Water. So he switches from writing, he says, I'm going to stop writing. He's given permission and goes to start selling. You know what he did? When he would go to a client and the client would say, I want ABCD to be done, get for me a journalist. He'll say, no, I can write. Within minutes he would write. He comes back to the editor and says, ABCD, I found in the field, this is the story, this is the signing order. So he was eating from both sides. For the story and for he caused disruption. He was hated by the salespeople because he distinguished himself. He saw a gap, he saw an opportunity, and he said, I'm going to go there and make it better. What kind of videos are you taking? Are you practicing? These things have cameras. What practice are you doing? Or you're just taking selfies and posting it on Instagram, on Snapchat, showing your hair? You're a journalist, for heaven's sake. Practice. Make yourself better. Distinguish yourself. Find out. Right now on Google, there are very many courses, free courses that you can do to learn the craft. You don't have to sit in a classroom in order to learn a skill. Education has been democratized. So you have opportunities to learn. So learn something. Don't just stop at that. Deepen what you have learned. Such that when you show up for an interview, when you show up in my office, you impress me. I'll listen and I'll have no excuse but say, you know what? Give that person something to do. Any more?
Thank you. Just to crown it all, they've said exactly what I would have said, but I was just telling Irene that a few years back, I was not in the country, and a friend of mine who is not from, she's from another country, came to me with two stories from Compassion. And she told me, oh, Jan, I have 2 stories here from Compassion, and they're from Uganda. We are sponsoring. And so we started sponsoring the children. Now they're Ugandan, and I was sponsoring. But the stories came from what we are hearing, that she used to write good stories. So the results speak for themselves. Abu was my friend. We had a project together. They introduced him to me as the photographer. And in his vibrancy, he did really excellent work as a freelancer. And we continued to demand. Sometimes the editor could give us somebody else. And we could say, no, we want Abu. So I worked with Abu on a project for like two years. And he was excellent. So we are talking about that thing that you come with that sticks out. I may have not met Sydney, but my sister kept saying, oh, there's a sub-editor called Sydney. I have to make sure I have to. So she kind of got me to understand who this person was because of his sub-editing work. Remember, we are just meeting here. Bill Dunn was my student. And something happened, he remembers. And I thought I could not admit him in my class because he had taken, I think he was still deciding where he was going to be. So I told him, no, you can't come into this class. You are a few weeks late. And he told me to give him a what? A chance, right? And he demonstrated it with the work that he did. And he excelled. He was among the best students in the project that we were doing. And last year, my organization organized the Uganda Media Week, and we were having a topic about artificial intelligence, and I was looking for him, and he reached out to me already and says, Madam, I have seen you have a topic on artificial intelligence. I need 15 minutes to demonstrate it to the people because maybe they don't understand. And I was like, oh, wow, please, are you ready? And he came and he made one of them, a really fantastic presentation about the future of journalism and artificial intelligence. And I tell you, it's not just that you're attending an expo. This is a place to learn. This is a place to make certain radical decisions. I can tell you that it's not just about the jobs, but what you have. I remember I met a lady from South Africa, and she was telling me, I'm looking for somebody, a journalist, who can just speak Kiswahili. Can you imagine? And I'm like, Kiswahili? Yeah, we need a correspondent who can speak Kiswahili. And I had never thought that there's also that part, that language is actually a critical part in journalism. So what language do you have? What are you communicating? Do the people in your kingdom know how to translate these things in your languages? So I missed the job because I thought, okay, because this person was saying Uganda has Kiswahili as the national language, so they thought every Ugandan can what? Can speak. But do we speak? But so the opportunities are very broad and also very micro. So ever since I started journalism, I've been a writer. I've been an editor. I've been a writer of scripts, like scripts for social change. I have been, I've worked in production. I have worked in curriculum development. I forgot to say that I missed to join journalism, and I studied education. And my favorite subject was curriculum development, and which was very difficult for people, but ever since, I don't know how much work I have done in curriculum development, in journalism. When I went to do my MA, I said, okay, this is an area I'm going to focus in. And right now, you may think that I'm just doing one thing or the other, but there's always somebody who will remember that I have this particular skill that I need from one person. So today you're a journalist, they'll pick you, but maybe you've been a script writer, they'll pick you. So what I'm trying to say is that you have to multiply yourself. Don't just have one journalism skill. Make sure you have others. She talked about fundraising. you can also learn how to be a good writer of fundraising projects, such that you can contribute to raising funds for your country or for your work, for the work that you do. And above all, again, artificial intelligence. So Bill Dunn challenged us about how we must find ourselves in that place. I can tell you that recently I was very stuck with a very big project, and I had a lot of work, and just sitting down and using artificial intelligence very skillfully in an ethical manner enabled me to produce a very great product. The product that I was able to run on air, a product that has been enabled me to reach communities, a product that has enabled me to scale up. So what am I saying? Is that you just have to be an open-minded person. Don't say that AI is for the younger people or AI is for the experts. Find yourself and excel. And I'll tell you, in all that I have done, I think excellence is always important. You have to make sure you win. When you get there, go and win other writer, win other graphics designer, win other reporter. Win. Why? Because that's how you're going to stand out, and that's where the recommendations come.
Colleagues, jobs will come. But it is about you and the value you have to add. Please put your hands together one more time for our panelists.
Yes, I just requested for just one take, very fast. They have talked about opportunities in PR, opportunities in the newsroom. I think I would also, it's important to talk about opportunities in AI real quick. So just to give you a brief, I think we need to move away from being users of artificial intelligence to becoming creators of artificial intelligence, and it's very possible. Now, in the artificial intelligence ecosystem, there are vast opportunities that we can tap into. First of all, if you're a creator, there is machine learning. These are simple things. Now, kindly get your phone and type N88. I mean N8N. Can you type that? N88. Now, that is a tool that you can develop any software. You can develop any tool that you want to solve a problem. So I think we have an opportunity to spot problems within communications, problems within the newsroom, and then customize those problems using that tool. There are very many other tools, but you can use that tool, and it's just a prompt. It is something called vibe coding. So just do vibe coding, and we can actually contribute to the global market of AI. We are brilliant people. We are young. We understand technologies. We are born in the technological era. So I think we have vast opportunities in that field. In the newsroom, there is a new field of reporting on algorithms. We are a watchdog of society as journalists. So how do we hold people who are developing AI systems accountable? How are we holding, for example, Sunbird AI accountable? How are we holding Otic Group, which is developing AI systems, accountable? I think for journalists, there's a big low-hanging fruit there. There are big grants for that. There are grants over $50,000 for a project. If you have something that you are looking at, there is surveillance. AI brings questions of surveillance. We need people who can report on surveillance. So there are vast opportunities with creating the software tools that solve our problems, that help us fight disinformation and misinformation. We can develop these tools. And on top of developing the tools, there are avenues of reporting on technologies. And the technological space has expanded. We're having quantum computing coming. It needs reporters. We're having digital twinning coming. It needs reporters who can, check it up. So it is a vast ecosystem with enough jobs for us, and the people are actually needed, but they are not there. Yeah, thank you.
Well, all that, and we've only scratched the tip of the iceberg. We haven't even gotten into the theme of the day, which is redefining journalism and communication in the age of artificial intelligence. The panel you have before you is a team of experts. You've had their stories, you've had their journeys, and you've had the opportunities they've got to offer. But today's conversation is supposed to go in a direction of artificial intelligence and how it is shaping journalism and communication. But we have to go for a break, and after that break, we will come back with the conversation around today's theme. I'd like you to thank our panelists one more time, and I'd love them to come in front for a picture moment. So Mr. Sydney has stepped away. Please step forward for a picture moment to immortalize this particular day and the day you spoke to a group of young people. Maybe one day they'll remember a word you said, a word or two you said to them, and that led them to a better future.
You are watching UCU Focus TV.
All right, thank you so much. You're going to be led by one of our colleagues, Precious Among. She's going to lead you off stage, and she's going to take you where you're going to have your break from. And for the rest of you, we're going to screen some of the work we have had that you can have the qualifications, you can have the papers, but you can fail the interview. What skill do you have? Uganda Christian University School of Journalism offers practical skills to learners and students. This is the place to be if you're interested in anything media, journalism, and communication.
In Media Link News tonight, Justice Simon Biabakama graces Guild.
All right, the students, you are going to have your break from here. It's your opportunity to interact, meet someone new, share a story. Yeah, and find something to eat. The snacks are going to be served to you right now. Please don't move, don't go far. We have different serving points, but if you stay where you are, everything will be able to find you. During the break, we're going to be having a screening of the masters. We're going to have a screening of the broadcast video by year 3. Please take some time to pay attention. You will be able to learn a thing or two about how practical Uganda Christian University is. Thank you.
A keynote speech that led him to a Q&A session with the students. The event aimed to promote civic engagement.
You are watching UCU Focus TV.
Students, please don't go far from the hall. You can ease yourselves from the back of the room of the hall. Then you will come back and you'll find your snacks here.
Welcome to Media Link News. My name is Maria Nagai. Let's take a look at the headlines.
In Media Link News tonight, Justice Simon Biabakama graces Guild General Assembly. Accountability remains undelivered.
But at the end of the day, we expected accountability. We expected answers to some questions.
Meet Solomon Mowanguzi and Alan Gad, 2 high school OBs who are doing business together. A look at the events that shaped the UIS week. Recounting the memories made at the School of Journalism exhibition.
We start off with student politics. The 27th Guild government took the stage at Koyoyo yesterday as they held the General Assembly. Justice Simon Biabakama, the chairperson of the National Electoral Commission, request the assembly
All the teachers who have come with the secondary school students are joining the team for a cup of tea. Please don't stay behind. The students will be found here and be given something to eat at least.
The 27th Guild Government held its General Assembly yesterday from 8 a.m. to about 3 p.m. under the theme promoting civic engagement and responsible citizenry among the youth. The Assembly is the highest caucus of student governance that the Guild is mandated to organize.
To our visitors, the General Assembly is established under Article 20 of the Guild Constitution, and it's a platform where student leaders come and account to the students' body, but also an opportunity for student leaders to speak to students.
The event kicked off with a student panel discussion before keynote speeches from invited guests were held. A series of guests attended the event, including the former Guild Speaker and current UNSA Speaker Edono Emmanuel, the Executive Director of Faraja Africa, and the President of Alumni Association, Mr. Emmanuel Wabwire, as well as the Principal of the Eastern College of Uganda Christian University in Mbale, Mr. Vincent Tisenyi. Chief Guest Justice Simon Biawakama called out the students to participate effectively in the nation-building process.
Nation building is a continuous process as society evolves. That is your contribution to this process. Get informed. Do not just act out of curiosity. Be informed. Democracy begins with knowledge. Do not just look at the headline and get amazed at what's happening amidst. Ask the questions. Why? Seek truth, not trends.
He highlighted this. Among many things, he emphasized for young people to do in order to foster responsible civic engagement.
President John Fitzgerald Kennedy was assassinated. The United States President was assassinated in 1963. Made a fundamental statement. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. What can I do for my country? I'm not in leadership. I'm still at school. You can do something.
In a rare twist of events, the assembly was closed before the members of the Guild could provide accountability. This in turn caused variations in how students measured their expectations from the event.
It didn't hit our expectations or its purpose as a general assembly, as it is in essence, that it's a time the Guild government or the executive, if I may be direct, that they come and account for the time they have been in service and the activities they have done, and also the advocacy and how far have they solved our challenges. But literally, we had a first session, which was a good time. They introduced to us the purpose of civic engagement and also active citizenry, and also having students participating in the service of their leaders. But at the end of the day, we expected accountability. We expected answers to some questions. We still have questions on the budget that we need an explanation that we still have failed to get. There are ministers that were sacked, to be particular the finance minister. We really wanted to get the reason as to why, because that reshuffle called for a concern even in the faculty where he was coming from. Every memo that the president would release, she would state that after consultation from the prime minister and the attorney general. So if the prime minister was in attendance from the beginning to the end, we expected him to tell us what was he consulted over.
In as much as the moral lessons from the General Assembly were important, with the accountability question unanswered, the impact of the Assembly still seems to vary. Patience Among, reporting for Media Link News.
All right, here is a story that caught our attention in the newsroom. Two old students from Namilyango College have teamed up in a business venture just outside the university. Solomon Muwanguzi and Alan Gad, who are from the School of Business and Nursing respectively, started out last semester and hold prospects to continue developing their business together. Let's take a look.
Two old students from Namilyango College
Solomon Muwanguzi and Alan Gad have partnered to venture into business at university. Muwanguzi from the School of Nursing and Gad pursuing a Bachelor of Accounting and Finance from the School of Business started a multi-faced business just outside the university gates along Bishop Tucker Road.
The person I'm partnering with is not just someone I've known yesterday or something, no. It's a long journey, way back from senior one.
Their business venture combines of a number of things like food, snacks, gaming, secretarial services, graphics designing, and munchies like popcorn and ice cream.
Just recently set up a business that's like two businesses in one. So have a Exodus Tech Hub, we do secretarial service, let's say printing, we do computer service, like computer servicing, repairs, maintenance, we do graphic design and stuff of logos, posters, flyers. Then part of this business we have gaming, we have a PlayStation. Like a special game as we come around the area of some fun. Then just to say there, set up having restaurant.
The business duo met as they joined secondary school in Namilyango College. The friendship kept on until their prospects aligned with each other, allowing them to flexibly run the business alongside their academics. According to Muwanguzi, a major motivation for him while starting this business was the idea that people find it easier to support students.
By the fact that I fear to be broke, so I just said like prepare, like hope something earlier. Just like it like this time I'm still at campus, because I know there's that when I still at campus that you can really get support. So when I saw room around, so I took up the opportunity.
Their academic journey, however, has not been easy to juggle, but they have found common ground to juggle their studies alongside their business.
Personally, me, I have ideally planned that. I write all my daily activities for the day, what I'm going to do today, and there's a way I try to give in my, when I miss a campus, I solely do only strictly academia, nothing else like business stuff. But when I come out of this campus kids, I come out here, up on business stuff. Of semester, I'll be just strictly out of academia, I'll just be out of business. So we have a lot to have in here.
Their prospects, though looking successful, have not come without hurdles. They speak about the challenges they have had to battle in this venture.
We have most students are paid. It's the other full semester. And we came in mid-semester. Sometimes it's difficult to get clients to come and subscribe here for full meals because they pay the restaurants. So we just get a few people around who just come support the business. But we have the cheapest meal on campus. The best meal and cheapest meal on campus. Drinks, yeah, juice, fries, we have all fries, juice.
You make burgers.
Soon, we are almost starting here. So my advice to fellow campusers is that keep on try something you can get some money, because we all know we all need money. So do anything that can give you some money so that you don't have to keep on begging from parents and what something.
A popular quote by renowned American investor Mark Zuckerberg states that success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. For these two, they have found courage in pushing through with this business venture while studying. It's left to be seen what their effort and endeavors will bring in the long run. Fortunate Moisegwa, reporting for Media Link News.
Beautiful piece right there. I hope you got inspired. Let's head out for a short break.
Looking for a place to start your journey in media? Well, look no further. Uganda Christian University School of Journalism, Media and Communication is here to equip you with a range of hands-on journalistic skills from news reporting, live broadcasting to public relations, communications, and many more. Uganda Christian University offers a conducive learning environment tailored for aspiring journalists. Our top priority is setting you up for success with well-equipped computer labs, modern classrooms, and top-class learning tools. As the School of Journalism and Media, we aspire to see that every learner gains practical hands-on experience in real-world reporting, photography, editing, broadcasting, and print journalism. Secure your slot today by simply visiting our official website www.ucu.ac.ug, search up School of Journalism on your mobile phone or computer and follow the easy steps. Once you complete your application, you will receive a confirmation message via SMS or email for further instructions. Don't miss this opportunity to be part of one of Uganda's leading journalism training institutions. Uganda Christian University, School of Journalism, Media and Communication, where we help you step into your journey of media success.
Welcome back from the short break. Moving on, Uganda Christian University's ICT department, UIS, recently marked its Awareness Week with a range of exciting activities, from laptop clinics to gaming and tech exhibitions. The event showcased the university's commitment to innovation. The UIS department, which is the fountain of the university's technological innovations, uses this opportunity to increase awareness of their services.
The University ICT Services, fondly known as UIS, held their customary Awareness Week under the theme, Connected Campus, Bridging People, Systems and Purpose. The week was commemorated with a number of activities, including a laptop clinic, internet connectivity, gaming, Alpha and Moodle support for both students and lecturers.
I brought my laptop for fixing because I heard of the USI week, and it has been an enjoyable experience because I got to get my laptop fixed for free.
The UIS director, Madame Rebecca Kangabe, echoes the relevance of the week in maintaining the university's formidable position as a tech giant in the field of institutions of higher learning.
At UCU, we have lots of technological developments, especially when it comes to serving the students and staff. And we're trying to make sure that they're all aware of the services and the platforms that we offer, and so that we're able to connect them to either learn, to do research, or to collaborate, work with one another. And so many times students come, they're new, they don't know these services that we offer. So the UIS Awareness Week is here for that, to ensure that students know the services that UIS offers.
A key revelation during the week's activities and exhibitions was an invention by a group of students from the Department of Computing and IT who have created a humanoid robot. The robot named Tiana has the ability to mimic some human behavior.
Me and a couple of others created Tiana, a robot, a humanoid robot that basically means she mimics human behavior. So behavior that a human can do, she can. And right now she can do simple behavior like walk in all directions, she can wave, she can dance. She has color recognition, facial recognition. Yeah. How we came up with Tiana, those parts were imported in by our head of department, and then we wrote the code that she's currently running on. The code is written in Python, because the motherboard is a Raspberry Pi. So we wrote code in Python, and that's how it's able to do all this that it's doing. We're still working on it. We've just added that black thing you see over, that's a voice module. We are working on you being able to talk to it and can do commands.
Kennedy Tembo, reporting for Media Link News.
In our final story, the School of Journalism, Media and Communication at Uganda Christian University hosted its annual Career Expo last Friday. The event brought together industry professionals and students to explore opportunities in journalism and media. Let's take a look what transpired then.
The School of Journalism, Media and Communication held its annual Career Expo last week on Friday in Ngoyo Hall. The event that lasted a day long had veterans and professionals from the field of journalism who held career talks with journalism students alongside visiting students from secondary schools. In the day's opening remarks, the convener of the Expo and head of department, Mr. John Semakula, highlighted the opportunities available in a career with journalism, media and communication. He also spoke about potential benefits of pursuing the course in Uganda Christian University. The guest speaker of the day, Mr. Didas Bakunzi, a judge who once practiced journalism, encouraged students to remain open-minded in the field. He also spoke about journalism as a strategic career that enables students to venture into other career paths around the arts area. The Expo also saw some students and staff being recognized and awarded for different achievements within the school.
I think we've reached a critical point where I would like to appreciate, as they have said, students and staff members who have done a commendable job when it comes to serving the School of Journalism, Media and Communication.
Among the students were filmmakers Brian Kabogoza and Douglas Byaruhanga, who were also recognized at the recently held Uganda Film Festival. Tera Hiriagana, reporting for Media Link News.
We have come to the end of this week's news bulletin. Our reporters will definitely follow up on the guild story and trace where the accountability is. My name is Maria Nagai. Have yourselves a lovely weekend.
You are watching UCU Focus TV.
For centuries, journalism has served as the bedrock of democracy, the fourth estate, the watchdog, the purveyor of truth. You've heard it all before.
But in the span of a few years, a new force has decimated newsrooms worldwide. That force has promised speed, efficiency, and cost savings. Ironically enough, coming at its own great cost. This force is threatening to destroy journalism as we know it. So here's the story of how artificial intelligence made its way into newsrooms and how it's changing the way that the news is produced and consumed.
Take off the foo-foo, take off the cloud chase, take off the Wi-Fi, take off the money phone, take off the car loan, take off the flex and the white loss, take off the hood that's true, I'ma take 10 steps, then I'm taking off top off, take off the fabricated streams and the microwave memes, it's a real world outside, take off your idols, take off the runway, take off the Cairo, take off the Sandro, pay 5 days stay, take a put a meal, have a value, take off the fuck flag, take off perception, take off the
Around the world, news organizations are welcoming this fox into their henhouse, from established organizations like the Washington Post and Deutsche Welle to independent newsrooms like the Global Investigative Journalism Network. All these are kind of falling into state as AI dominates industries across the world, from creative to manufacturing and financial. Companies are turning to OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic to streamline work that once took hours. Kind of the tedium of the profession. Realms of data, sources.
We'd love to talk about sources. And
let's put it this way, you'd love to talk about sources, and I'd love not to talk about sources.
Headlines. Of course, what no one tells you is that those are the areas where real journalism often lives. You'll never find Woodward giving away his sources to a computer.
In Florida, reporters at a non-profit news outlet asked the board to investigate the editor-in-chief for using AI tools that were inserting hallucinated quotes and references to non-existent state laws into story drafts.
The Associated Press has used AI to process thousands of documents relating to historic assassinations. You'd find this AI discontent in the Associated Press first of all, though. Discussion from earlier this year has shown that not everyone at the Associated Press is happy about these changes. Discussions in an internal forum at the AP saw veteran journalists pitted against one of the quote-unquote change makers for AI, arguing about the validity of this as a tool for modern journalism. Consider this. In August 2024, some of the best AI models were reporting news falsely about 18% of the time. Jump ahead to 2025, and that number had nearly doubled to 35%. A study conducted by the European Broadcasting Union that involved 22 public service organizations in 18 countries in 14 languages issued a devastating blow to the future of AI in news. The study involved dozens of journalists, all of whom reported using AI in their work. Nearly 40% of them reported significant accuracy issues with the reporting done by AI, outright hallucinations a lot of the time.
What are the biggest risks AI poses to the future of journalism?
One of the biggest risks, I think, would be the pink slime effect, where you're going to have low quality AI reports and news headlines or news articles basically generated by different AIs, and you're going to notice how all of them are the same across the board. And then this leads to another issue of similar editorial voices. Like, no one sounds different. Like, the news is all going to sound the same across the board. No one's going to sound unique, fresh, radical. Everyone's going to sound the same. Yes, that's what I can.
And how concerned should journalism students be about competing with AI-related content in the job market?
Journalism students should have a healthy amount of concern for the use of AI especially in their field, but it should not escalate into something closer to fear. It should actually show them ways to make their work better, like their information gathering faster, and maybe create better articles like that will grab the people's attention. Yes.
And what are the dangers of journalism students being overly dependent on AI?
This leads to atrophy of critical thinking and information hunting. So that basically means that they're going to think, I don't really need to go out in the field to look for this information. I can just prompt an AI for statistics, for other news articles, for even fake news articles they can generate, or fake statistics, because sometimes AI hallucinates, so it creates an answer for you. Yes, that's what I think in that direction.
It's clear, though, that journalists must push back against AI, and their newsrooms must listen, and their consumers must do the same, because the truth is not some hallucination or some made-up thing. The truth is out there, waiting for people to find it, and that requires boots on the ground, notebooks in hand, and people out in the streets. It requires ceaseless effort. It cannot be pawned off to the highest bidder, nor can it be constructed from algorithms and machines. That is not what the truth is. The truth, friends, is journalism. The truth is the only thing that we truly can have.
Every graduation celebrates achievement. Behind every certificate is a story of long nights, difficult choices, determination, and people who believed when the journey became difficult.
My name is Pascal Praise Mumbere, a recent graduate from Uganda Christian University's School of Journalism, Media and Communication. I am currently working as a consultant.
My name is Jimmy Siasa, a recent graduate with a Master of Arts in Strategic Communications from the Uganda Christian University School of Journalism, Media and Communication.
Starting a master's was going to be demanding, juggling both work and school. And we used to have classes sometimes at 6 a.m. in the morning, and then also we have them at 6 p.m., which was quite hard. But by end of 2023, we were done with school.
Their journeys were different, but they shared one goal: to grow academically, professionally, and personally.
I learned that postgraduate school is not necessarily a test of intelligence. It is a test of endurance, perseverance, patience, and the ability to follow up with your instructors, especially when you're doing your dissertation, your final year thesis.
I will lead with God himself coming through. There were moments where I had no solutions to a lot of the stuff I was going through. And I just had to lock in on God and be like, you know what? You got me here for a reason. You have to get me out of whatever this is. Secondly, there's a lecturer that was really instrumental to my first class and to my practice today. His name is Mr. Francis Achaye. He really pushed me so much.
And on this journey, I want to thank my lecturers from the School of Journalism. Their mentorship, their commitment to excellency has brought me this far, and most especially my supervisor, Professor James Tondo.
Behind every achievement is a network of people who encourage, challenge, and inspire us to become better.
There is no such thing as a bed of roses when it comes to education. You're going to face challenges, for a fact. Especially after my internship, I interned with a company where I really got to learn a lot, and I enjoyed my time there. And they too, I would like to believe they liked working with me. So I began doing a bit of part-time. I would go there and have to come back to Mukono. But as you know, Mukono and Kampala, the distance is quite long. So it was very, very, very hectic. I was tired most of the time. I began falling short on a few things. But I remembered something that I always tell people myself, that you've come to Mukono to study.
For me, the most challenging thing was juggling work, a day job, with school. That's really difficult, and I respect all the people out there who are trying to balance the two. It can be tough, but possible, and there is a solution. There's a formula. I learned it from some of my mentors along the journey. Dedicate 1 to 2 non-negotiable hours per day to work on your thesis particularly, or class assignments. That might not be possible all the 7 days of the week, but possible at least twice a week.
I got an opportunity as a student to go to Norway to pursue another course, and that is a Master's of Global Journalism. And this opportunity was offered to me by Uganda Christian University through the NORAD project. This also opened my horizons in understanding journalism, the different perspectives of journalism from different countries. When I came back, I was supposed to do my dissertation, and I had field work. But as God gives, I was pregnant. Interesting. I was expecting a child, so it was quite a very difficult journey for me. I had to go to the field at about 7 months pregnant, and then when I came back, I started writing my dissertation. But at the same time, I was still juggling work, pregnancy, and the books. And then, when I was finishing with my dissertation, I gave birth. I gave birth early this year. And a week of me giving birth, I'm a Caesar mom. A week of me giving birth, I received an email from my supervisor requesting for my dissertation. So I sent him back an email and I told him, you know what, Prof? I just gave birth. I will need time to do this. And you know what my supervisor did? After a week, he sent me back another email requesting for my dissertation again. And I had to sit back and do the dissertation. So that was quite a challenge, and I am glad I finished it.
Yes, subsidiary roles exist, like you can make friends, you can have that social capital, you can have a side hustle, but all that is possible only because you came to study in the first place. Remember, you are only able to have fun with these people, you're only able to do all these things because you left home to come and study. That is like the foundation of whatever you're doing.
I hope to teach and be able to transmit the knowledge I acquired during my education and professional practice. Number 2 is I hope to publish my thesis. Finally, I hope to be able to assert my influence and work within the industry and fraternity of media and communication in Uganda.
I'm already working as a communication specialist. I've already bagged the masters and I foresee a promotion coming on. And I also want to continue mentoring young students into communication, but as well as I want to pursue a PhD in journalism.
Thank you so much. If you're interested in joining Uganda Christian University for a program, you won't regret it. It's a worthwhile experience. Cheers.
Lena, is everything ready? Yeah, Claire. It's almost time.
Good evening.
Please come in.
Oh, thanks.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's a nice place. How long have you been living here?
For a very long time. We've had it in the family for generations.
Oh, I see.
Indeed. We have many family traditions. And tonight we'll share one with you.
Yeah, I'm honored.
We're so glad we could have you join us for dinner, Michael.
honored. What's that special caution?
It's a tradition we have upheld for years. A dinner to sustain us through the years. Michael, our family tradition is very unique. It ensures our longevity.
Sounds intriguing. What's the tradition?
Wait, Claire, we can't do this. I can't do this. What are you talking about?
What's going on? Lena, what's going on?
Lena, you have ruined everything. You know what is at stake. We need this. I don't care, Claire. I can't live like this anymore.
We need to get out. We need to get out.
Michael!
Artificial intelligence is transforming the world faster than ever before, and journalism is among the professions experiencing this transformation. Today, news can be generated within seconds, interviews transcribed instantly, and videos edited with a click of a button. But as artificial intelligence continues to evolve, one important question remains. Who tells tomorrow's stories, the machine or the journalist?
Across universities, media houses, and digital platforms, journalism has entered a new era. Students are no longer learning only how to write, record, and edit, but are also learning how to work alongside artificial intelligence. But technology alone cannot define journalism. The future depends on how human intelligence and artificial intelligence can work together.
Inside the School of Journalism and Mass Media Communication at Uganda Christian University, learning has gone beyond the traditional classroom. Students are exploring multimedia storytelling through television, radio, photography, graphics, documentary production, and virtual reality. Artificial intelligence is becoming another tool in this journey, helping students generate ideas, organize information, improve production, and tell richer stories.
Technology can change journalism, but it can as well change the journalist. Today's journalism student is expected to master digital tools while remaining committed to accuracy, truth, and fairness. Artificial intelligence can support storytelling, but responsibility belongs to the reporter behind the story.
AI can remove background noise from audio, generate subtitles, translate languages, organize research, and assist in video editing. But these innovations are saving time and increase efficiency in the newsroom but speed without accuracy can also spread misinformation.
That's why verification has become more important than ever before. A journalist cannot simply trust what artificial intelligence produces. Every image, every quote, every fact must still be verified before publication. Technology can assist the newsroom, but credibility remains a human responsibility.
Many students are embracing AI in their daily activities. But how do they balance technology with journalistic ethics? Let's hear from one of them.
Artificial intelligence makes our work easier, especially during editing and research. But we all know that journalism is about people. We have to think critically and also verify information.
Beyond the newsroom, artificial intelligence is opening new possibilities for storytelling. Virtual reality allows audiences to experience stories from inside the scene. Documentary filmmakers can analyze vast amounts of information. Graphic designers can create more interactive visual content. Together, these innovations are shaping the next generation of journalism.
Yet, despite these remarkable advances, one thing remains unchanged. The most powerful stories still begin with human curiosity. They require compassion, integrity, and courage to ask difficult questions. These are qualities no machine can replace.
The future of journalism is not about choosing between artificial intelligence and human intelligence. It is about bringing the strengths of both together, where technology improves efficiency and journalists protect truth, ethics, and public trust. That partnership is the future of storytelling.
As Uganda Christian University School of Journalism and Mass Media Communication showcases innovation through this year's Expo, one message stands clear. Artificial intelligence is transforming journalism, but it is human intelligence that gives journalism its purpose. Technology might help tell the story, but people will always give the story its meaning.
For the School of Journalism and Mass Media Communication Expo 2026, we are Catherine Abulia,
Nagai Mariam,
Gloria Aujat,
Resti Kemigisa,
Conrad Chin,
Madundu Demian, Gadi Babikir,
Blessing Ashava,
Ainembabas Gertrude, Winnie Yaseru Kabahanus,
Kalenge Grace,
Tera Hiriagan.
No, mentirosa.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Please come in. Good morning, madam. Yes, how can I help you, studious lady? Madam, I'm sorry for what I did outside, for my behavior. I'm very sorry for that. What do you want? Madam, I'm supposed to be graduating in 3 weeks, but then I have a 49 in evidence law. So I was requesting if you could give me 1 more mark so that I may be cleared for graduation.
What do you mean 1 mark?
I need the 1 mark in order to...
1 mark is added to students who have actively been participative in class and are virtuous throughout the years. And according to your report, it does not reflect that, gentlewoman.
But madam, I've been disciplined over the years.
It's supposed to be 4K.
Excuse me?
It's supposed to be 4K.
From Silver Hustle, here is 4K.
No, you said you get 4K. No, that is not my case. It is supposed to be 4K. You don't see the price of the food?
You didn't even wash your sweater, you've been spent already. Even
in the red dress. Oh, yeah, I didn't play for Rixa. Thanks, Rixa. Looking gorgeous for the grad, huh? Yeah, how do you expect an icon with a verified account to do this? Check out your excitement for graduation. Okay. I also had to try your grad food. Linda, you sicken me. You really sicken me. I mean, you want to know and then do what? Babe, I was just asking, and then you do what? Okay, I'm here to the head of the department. Oh. Are you happy? Oh, unfortunately, Mr. Tom sang late, and now they have a lady. I'm here fitting in my gown. See you later. Let's go.
I'm tired of waiting. Excuse me?
Yes.
Do you know when the head of department will be coming in?
Not really.
Can you believe I've been waiting all this time just for 1 mark?
Wow.
Because I got a 49 in evidence law.
That's terrible. Anyway, people say the new head of department is cool, but she most likely will be able to add that 1 mark.
If she was cool, she would come here on time and do her job.
My name is Dennis.
Hello, John. The head of department has told me she's here.
Oh, really?
Yes, so tell 2 people to come in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I get in first? I'm in a hurry.
Excuse me, young lady, does this look like your father's office? Ask her. We were here since morning and you think you can just have your way. Please, get back. To the back. Go.
2 people coming.
Get in, I'll see you. See ya. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. She has not yet come. Kindly sit and wait for her. Good morning, doctor. Good morning to you.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Is she the head of department?
Yes, she's Dr. Ruth Batwa. She's Dr. Ruth Batwa.
Like, you're sure she's the head of department?
Yes, madam.
Students who have actively been participative in class and are virtuous throughout the years. And according to your report, it does not reflect that. Gentlewoman.
But I've been active. I've been participating. I've never missed a lecture. Madam, I even lead fellowship. Madam, please.
Or no. Fellowship. Oh, please. Leave my office.
Madam,
I have
please.
more disciplined students.
Madam, please. Madam, I just need one more mark. Madam, please. Madam, it's just one mark.
Oh, wow. Hilarious.
But, Madam, it's just one mark. Madam, I'm begging. Madam, please.
Please leave my office.
Madam, please, I can't leave. What am I supposed to tell my parents? Madam, please. Madam.
How many times do you want me to repeat myself to you?
Madam,
or you prefer I call security for you?
Madam, have mercy on me. What am I supposed to do after here? Madam.
I have disciplined students waiting for me I have to work on.
But I'm also disciplined. Madam, that was not me. I'm sorry.
Please come to my office and escort this young lady out. Thank you.
Madam. Madam, please. Rethink. Oh, God.
Humility doesn't hurt, doesn't make you small. 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 It's the only way to reach the top. Whoa, to your
Headlines 101.
Good morning and welcome to Aura FM News. As we move on today, expect delays along the Kampala-Jinja Highway through Seta, 120 and Mukono Town. Mukono will have sunny intervals, possible afternoon showers and temperatures between 17 and 25 degrees Celsius. I am Jocelyn Nambuya and here are today's headlines. UCU integrates artificial intelligence into academics and research. Victoria University aligns its curriculum with the AI-driven job market. Government launches UG Gov Agent to improve public service delivery. Uganda remains a low-income economy.
Headlines 101.
In
Kampala, you must get fly. Good vibes only. This is the Morning Aura.
The vibe that fuels your day. Only on 101.0 Aura FM.
Good morning, and welcome to the Breakfast Show, the show that gets you through the morning. I am Shivan, and I'm here with my colleague, smartly dressed in jeans, Damian. It is really my first time to see you in jeans.
You know, Shivan, last week I was just from Germany, so I've copied their style of dressing.
Wow.
That's why I've seen me in jeans. All right, my name is Madundu Demiano, and thank you for choosing to spend part of your morning with us. We have an exciting programs prepared for you, including the latest updates, sports insights, and music to keep you entertained. Stay with us as we inform, inspire, and keep you entertained throughout the conversation.
Well, today's program is inspired by the Expo 2026 theme, Redefining Human Journalism in the Age of Artificial Intelligence.
Under the theme, we'll be discussing a question that continues to spark a debate in newsrooms across the world. Can artificial intelligence replace human journalists?
Artificial intelligence is really changing the way news is gathered, produced, and shared. But can technology truly replace the human journalist? Stay with us as we explore this important topic.
Aura FM.
Looking for a place to start your journey in media? Well, look no further. Uganda Christian University School of Journalism, Media and Communication is here to equip you with a range of hands-on journalistic skills from news reporting, live broadcasting to public relations, communications, and many more. We help you step into your journey of media success.
Welcome back from that short break. Now, our discussion was based on the media theme, redefining human journalism in the age of artificial intelligence. The question we are posing today is, how do students make use of artificial intelligence in their studies?
Oh, that's an interesting question, Shivan.
Yes.
Back in the days, we used AI just to give us a portion. We're supposed to answer questions. But this time around, I'm really flabbergasted, if I may say, just not to confuse you, just to I'm really confused with the students right now because they use AI just to submit AI-generated assignments. That's really bad.
They don't. The way you're saying they use AI to submit AI-generated assignments is really, you're putting students in a tough place.
Not really.
Because they use it to complement. I think I can say maybe to enhance what they have already put on paper. Yes, that is what they use it actually, because it's way easier. We would like to hear your comments on the topic. Send us a message on 070-191-5640.
Woo! Waiting.
We're waiting for your comments.
From the moment Jewanonda Ompa Debirunjera Montwala Walunjate. From the moment Jena Kwekwatant Ebyangere Byachuka Katindi Mwana wa Mwami Onkole Debirunjina Imba Onkole Debirunjina Temba Onkole Debirunjina Utendanga Onkole Debirunje Bitakambika I will praise you.
Aura FM.
Jesus.
Good morning, my name is Kukunda Laura with the sports updates. Senegal head coach Perpetual has been sacked by the Senegal Football Federation following the country's round of 32 exit at the FIFA World Cup. Attention now turns to the FIFA World Cup semi-finals as England will be facing the world champions Argentina today at 10 p.m. The final will be played on 19th July. Off the pitch, artificial intelligence continues to play a key role at the tournament, assisting referees with semi-automated offside decisions and enhancing VAR. Meanwhile, the race for the Golden Boot is heating up, with Kylian Mbappe and Lionel Messi tied at the top with 8 goals each.
Aura FM.
Got all my family by my side. Couldn't wipe this black off if I tried. That's why I lift my head with pride. I got a million miles on me. They want to see how far I'll go. The path was never made with love. We worked and built this on our own.
Roundtable on Aura FM.
And we are back with the comments. And our first comment is from Celeste from Kawempe. I think AI has helped me do more research work because it is easy to access all information, and thus sending coursework is valid since I know exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you, and a shout out to my mom in Movende.
Oh, good morning, Demiano. This is Kintu Conradi, a lecturer, but these students are really disturbing our lives. The issue of using AI is getting out of hand because students are now over-relying on AI and can no longer think for themselves. A good example is that they do coursework very well using AI, but when they sit for the examinations, they produce work differently.
This lecturer is really annoyed with AI.
Because Shivan, I remember when I was at campus, our colleague submitted a generated flyer. And you know what? First we were confused. How was the lecturer able to tell whether this flyer was generated by AI? Yeah, because we were really confused and said, no, this flyer is AI generated. So he was told to go back and
redo the work.
Exactly.
Well, that had to happen because some lecturers really know what AI looks like and what work actually looks like.
In fact, even me, I wasn't aware that.
Anyway, and it looks like we have come to the end of our talk show today. Thank you for everyone that has shared their views. Thank you for spending part of your morning with us. Have a wonderful day. Stay informed, stay inspired, and join us next time.
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for.
Aura FM.
Looking for a place to start your journey in media? Well, look no further. Uganda Christian University School of Journalism, Media and Communication is here to equip you with a range of hands-on journalistic skills from news reporting, live broadcasting to public relations, communications, and many more. We help you step into your journey of media success.
Good day, listeners. My name is Lasavia Kembawazi. Today we are discussing the impact of artificial intelligence on journalism and mass communication. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is changing the way journalists gather information, edit stories, produce news, and communicate with audiences. But is this change entirely positive? To help us answer that question, I have Jocelyn Nambuya.
Artificial intelligence is technology that enables computers to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. For example, Adobe Podcast AI tool, it is a web tool where you can input in your raw audio and video. This is used to remove the background noise so as to have a very good audio quality and video quality. It is usually used in podcasts and interviews, especially when you're interviewing one person.
Laura Kukunda will give us the role of AI in the field of mass communication.
Notebook LM is an AI-powered research assistant and second brain by Google. It grounds AI responses exclusively in sources you upload, which may be documents, videos, pictures, anything you need. Notebook LM in communication, it turns documents into summaries and even podcasts, which may pertain to hosts, which can easily summarize most of what was said in the meetings and makes it simpler for communication teams or PR officers to easily pick out the main points that were in the meeting and summarize the main points.
This is the brief on getting started with Google Notebook LM that shows you exactly how to turn your own specific documents, links, and notes into a totally customized AI-powered research assistant, which is honestly a massive time saver if you're drowning in information. So first, you gotta feed the AI your data. You create a project notebook like the fun example of launching a galactic marshmallow explosion cookie, and you literally just toss in your PDFs, Google Drive notes, websites, and even YouTube videos. You know, think of this as building a fenced-in sandbox. The AI is only allowed to play with the specific
All right,
information
gather around, gather around, gather around.
interrogate that
We are back. Hope you grabbed a bite. Hope you have refreshed yourself. We are back for yet another session of the 2026 Media Expo. So call your friends wherever they are, and if they can hear my voice, let them make their way back to Nkoyoyo Hall. My name is Ndekezi Ivan. I've been your host for the 2026 Media Expo. It's been a pleasure, and I have a lot more in store for you. The work you have been seeing on the screens is work by students at Uganda Christian University. That's a radio breakfast show produced by students at Uganda Christian University. And up next, I want us to watch and pay attention and give value to the work Uganda Christian University is doing in equipping students with practical skills in multimedia production, be it writing, speaking, editing, photography, and a lot more. So we're going to watch just one documentary, then we're going to go into a student panel discussion where students at the Uganda Christian University School of Journalism, Media, and Communications are going to share with us what AI is doing in the field of journalism, media, and communication. So as you gather around, please let your friends know we are yet to start. Our time is fast spent, and we are trying to rip the most out of it.
All right, media team, you can take us to the next video. Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. How are you doing? Hello. Hi, how are you? Are you good? How was the snack? Did you enjoy the snack? You're not hungry anymore? You sure? How are you guys doing? You ready for the second half? Are we ready for the second half? Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys to stand up. We're going to sing a song. We're going to do a little icebreaker. Make sure the food goes down. Yeah? We get into the next half of the show, yeah? Come on, let's get up. Everybody on your feet, everyone on your feet, please. Stand up, please. Since we are at Uganda Christian University, we enjoy to praise the Lord, give thanks. I have a certain song we're going to sing together. Yeah? Do you guys know the song, I am a C, I am a CH? Do you guys know the song? Eh? Okay, so the song goes, I am a Christian, yeah, and I have Christ in my heart. But we're going to spell it out. We're going to sing it as we spell it out. So you sing, I am a C, I am a CH, I am a CHRISTIAN, and I have CHRIST in my HEART, and I will. Anybody? Okay, let's sing the first half. We start with the first half, yeah? I am a C. I am a CH. I am a CHRISTIAN. How we go again? I am a C. I am a CH. I am a CHRISTIAN. Yay, thank you. Yeah, so the second half goes, and I have CHRIST in my HEART, and I will LIVEETERNALLY.
We have one here.
What does that say?
What does that say, sir?
It means Christ, then in my heart, something like that.
Yes. So I have Christ in my heart and I will live eternally. Because that's what happens when we have Christ in our hearts, right? So we go and I am, and I have CHRIST in my HEART, and I will LIVEETERNALLY.
These guys need your instructions again. They're not hearing you.
You guys are not paying attention. You'll come and sing with me.
We should actually get teams.
You'll come and
get
sing
your
with
team.
me.
This is my team.
Eh?
I don't know how we're going to do it. Should we take halves?
Take
Have you guys
halves.
gotten the instructions? Eh? Have you gotten the instructions? Which school is this? Pardon? Panorama Secondary School. Which school is this? Vicky, which school are you from?
Panorama.
Oh, it's the same school. Different. This is A level? It's O level? Same school. All right. Which school is that? Center View. Central View. You guys are in the middle. This is?
Mpoma School Girls Campus.
Mpoma School Girls Campus. What do they call this thing? Like, why isn't it like mine or his?
Tie.
It's a bow tie.
Wow.
Okay. I've not seen bow ties like that before. All right, this is KCB, right?
Budo.
Okay. Who wants to be on my team? You want to be on my team? You come. You come. Do you guys want to be on my team? Or you want to be on her team? The winning team. Mine is the winning team.
You
guys want to be on
better
my team?
sing. Ladies.
With you guys.
We're going
Or you
to
guys don't want me? You want me? Say that again. All right. So you have one team. I have two. I have Budo. I have Budo. Panorama you have.
City.
Panorama. All right.
City and
You have
Mpoma.
center. Central View. Center
Central
View.
View.
Central View and
Central View, yes.
the girls'
And
school.
Mpoma, yes.
So it's 2v2. You're not giving us the instructions.
Okay.
Please.
So we're going to sing the first half. Did you guys get the first half? The I am a C, I am a CH. You got it? Have a question? So guys, the rules of the game are changing. We're having a sing-off. We're having a sing-off. Each
You
group
guys are
pick your
taking
song.
long. We are ready.
You're ready.
You guys
Pick
are
a
taking
song.
long.
We're having a sing-off.
I don't know.
No. Each group picks their song.
Hey, each group
The
picks their
best-
song.
the best- yes.
No.
You mean,
I am a what? I am a CHI.
They don't know this.
They will learn it. Today, if your team doesn't know the song, that's your disadvantage. We get more marks. You get the point? Okay, let's go.
I am a C.
Dry run.
I am a CH. I am a CHRISTIAN.
Why not? Have you guys heard anything? Have you heard anything? But
You
if you
guys, I
guys,
can't hear
you have not
you.
heard, Panorama.
The group at the
Have you
back?
guys heard anything? Have you heard anything? No, right? Let's go one more. You guys have one last chance.
You guys, you have to sing. You have to sing. Pay attention. The guys are sitting down.
Let me go
Call
and
your
stand
friends
somewhere
to stand
far.
up. You're not getting Let me stop there.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go.
So we're just singing the stanza, I am a Christian, okay? I am a C. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, we go. I am a C. I am a C. Good. Next group.
That's the whole song. Your part is too short. Sing another part. Is that the whole song?
Where are you?
Is that the whole song?
That is the starting point.
That is the starting point.
That is our starting point.
Sing that.
The song is longer. It's taking them longer to get the second half. Let's just do it. You've stressed me. Okay, let's go. One more time. Do you guys think you can do it until the end? And the second half, the live eternally? Yeah?
Okay, one more.
What's that? And I have, okay. This is the second half. Make sure you get it, please. Yeah? And I have CHRIST in my HEART, and I will LIVEETERNALLY. Yeah? I have Christ in my heart, and I will live eternally. That's it. Yeah. I have Christ in my heart, and I will live eternally. It's not easy to spell the word eternally, but we can do it. Yeah? We try? We try from the start or the second part? First, we start from the top. Thank you. Okay, 3, 2, 1, we go. I am a C, I am a CH, I am a CHRISTIAN, and I have CHRIST in my HEART, and I will LIVEETERNALLY. Did the group at the back get it?
Easy. All right, you guys have sung. That's the best you can do. That's the best you can do. When you accept, you tell me.
We go one more time. Do you want them to go as well? Okay. That's the best we can do.
You guys are done. First, we have a different song. First, we have a different song.
We don't want
Then we shall also
song.
sing your song.
We don't want your
We can
song.
sing all the songs. Yeah? We're going to sing all the songs. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Give me some energy. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? I want you to... KCB, are you ready? Panorama High School, are you ready? Yeah, I need that. That's the kind of energy I'm looking for. King's College, are you ready? Yeah. Come tomorrow and get a bottle of soda. Come tomorrow and get a bottle of soda. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Yeah, will you guys win? These guys are too active. Yeah? If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Aren't you already winning? Yeah?
Are they?
Can we sing their song?
We go again?
We can also sing their song. We can also sing their song.
Sing for us, sing for us.
Yeah. I've forgotten the song.
See, choir master.
I am a C. I am a C. I am a
CHRISTI.
I remember the first part only. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for yourselves.
Thank you so much, everybody. You can have a seat.
Oh,
Please
just
take
to be
a seat.
sure, my team has won.
Really?
You guys should have chosen the winning team. Yeah.
We're all winners here. We're all winners here.
All right. Right about now, I want you guys to pay attention to the screen. Sagala Saudi, Sagala Sakozechi, Masokuchi. You are about to watch a documentary by one of our very own students, the third year broadcast documentary. A round of applause.
faster than ever before, and journalism is among the professions experiencing this transformation. Today, news can be generated within seconds, interviews transcribed instantly, and videos edited with a click of a button. But as artificial intelligence continues to evolve, one important question remains. Who tells tomorrow's stories, the machine or the journalist?
Across universities, media houses, and digital platforms, journalism has entered a new era. Students are no longer learning only how to write, record, and edit, but are also learning how to work alongside artificial intelligence. But technology alone cannot define journalism. The future depends on how human intelligence and artificial intelligence can work together.
Inside the School of Journalism and Mass Media Communication at Uganda Christian University, learning has gone beyond the traditional classroom. Students are exploring multimedia storytelling through television, radio, photography, graphics, documentary production, and virtual reality. Artificial intelligence is becoming another tool in this journey, helping students generate ideas, organize information, improve production, and tell richer stories.
Technology can change journalism, but it can as well change the journalist. Today's journalism student is expected to master digital tools while remaining committed to accuracy, truth, and fairness. Artificial intelligence can support storytelling, but responsibility belongs to a reporter behind the story.
AI can remove background noise from audio, generate subtitles, translate languages, organize research, and assist in video editing. But these innovations are saving time and increase efficiency in the newsroom, but speed without accuracy can also spread misinformation.
That's why verification has become more important than ever before. A journalist cannot simply trust what artificial intelligence produces. Every image, every quote, every fact must still be verified before publication. Technology can assist the newsroom, but credibility remains a human responsibility.
Many students are embracing AI in their daily activities. But how do they balance technology with journalistic ethics? Let's hear from one of them.
Artificial intelligence makes our work easier, especially during editing and research. But we all know that journalism is about people. We have to think critically and also verify information.
Beyond the newsroom, artificial intelligence is opening new possibilities for storytelling. Virtual reality allows audiences to experience stories from inside the scene. Documentary filmmakers can analyze vast amounts of information. Graphic designers can create more interactive visual content. Together, these innovations are shaping the next generation of journalism.
Yet, despite these remarkable advances, one thing remains unchanged. The most powerful stories still begin with human curiosity. They require compassion, integrity, and courage to ask difficult questions. These are qualities no machine can replace.
The future of journalism is not about choosing between artificial intelligence and human intelligence. It is about bringing the strength of both together, where technology improves efficiency and journalists protect truth, ethics, and public trust. That partnership is the future of storytelling.
As Uganda Christian University School of Journalism and Mass Media Communication showcases innovation through this year's Expo, one message stands clear. Artificial intelligence is transforming journalism, but it is human intelligence that gives journalism its purpose. Technology might help tell the story, but people will always give the story its meaning.
For the School of Journalism and Mass Media Communication Expo 2026, we are Catherine Abulia, Nagai Mariam,
Gloria Aujat,
Resti Kemigisa,
Conrad Chin,
Madundu Demian,
Gadi Babikim,
Blessing Ashava,
Ainembabas Gatu, Winnie Yaseru Kabahanus,
Kalenge Grace,
Tera Hiriagan.
right, all right. Let's have another round of applause, guys. Great, great. So coming up next, we are having the students panel. So we're going to have a couple of our journalism students. Just a second, sorry.
Yes, the documentary that you have just watched was by the students of Year 3 School of Journalism, Media and Communication. It was a broadcast report. Hope it was something that you can learn, or something that you have learned. Everything that you have seen, from the speaking to the production to the videography, was done by students, and these are all practical skills that you can find at Uganda Christian University.
All right, so before we get into the students panel, we're going to complete our first panel. So I'll kindly request our original panelists to take up the stage. If anybody has any questions, please prepare your questions as well, students. Feel free. The opportunity has arrived for us to find out from these professionals in this field. As we wait, I think I can tell you a little bit about myself. I am Kenyan by origin, and I have grown up in Uganda. I have had the privilege of growing up in Uganda. I think it has been a lovely experience. I'm kind of like, sometimes I feel like Hannah Montana, best of both worlds. But yes, journalism is a very beautiful course, especially at this wonderful university, Uganda Christian University. I am honored to be a student here. Yeah, it's been a beautiful experience so far, and more to come.
All right, thank you so much. We are going to continue with our initial panel discussion with our panelists that are still here. So as I said before, we only scratched the tip of the iceberg, and right now we are going to dive into today's theme, redefining journalism and communication in the age of artificial intelligence. Our panel discussion isn't going to be long. It's going to have a few segments that are going to be on point and interesting. We're going to talk about AI governance, ethical AI, Ubuntu AI, and AI sovereignty. And we shall conclude with the future of AI. So, AI governance.
Oh, thank you.
All right, we would like to have a simple description of what AI governance is. And who better to describe what AI governance is, or what it could be, than our AI strategist? This question goes to you. What does proper AI governance look like in your workspace? Mr. Bildan.
So the question is on AI governance or having an understanding on AI. Could you?
All right, so you can give us an understanding of AI, then we'll go into how we should govern it.
Okay, so I think AI in 1952, the US elections at that time, Dwight Stevenson and I think Heinz-Hoffer were top contenders in that US election year. And the CBS newsroom at that time had a machine, a giant prediction machine called UNIVAC. And UNIVAC was used to predict the election. And I think Heinz-Hoffer got a landslide in that prediction of the UNIVAC. The newsroom then had the discussion, and they could not publish what the machine was telling them. They were skeptical, and the editors did not run that story on who would possibly be the US election based on results of UNIVAC. But after the election, when the votes were, put together, it emerged that Heinz-Hoffer was the president elect, and he had won massively with a landslide that UNIVAC had predicted. So I think in journalism, artificial intelligence goes back to 1952, and the conversation started, developing, it started growing until 2023, when generative AI became explosive. But AI has always been there. AI has always been, it has been used in numerous fields before to do a number of things here and there. So that is just a background of where the conversation of AI has come from. Artificial intelligence is basically a technology that is revolutionizing the meaning of life. I don't know if that definition is encompassing. Generative AI is part of artificial intelligence. Machine learning is part of artificial intelligence. We have aspects of artificial intelligence like agentic AI, which are developing now. But at the end goal, the 1% of the global population that is controlling this technology, that is behind the code, want to reach to what we call AGI, artificial general intelligence. There are a lot of speculations here and there about what AGI will look like, but currently, generative AI now and all the new AI emerging technologies like agentic AI are just, I could say, lab rats. We are just at the bottom of the conversation of AI. AI is a bigger conversation. And it's something that we really need to look at critically. But I think, I don't know if I've done justice on explaining what AI is, but if you look at AI governance is about how do we govern, let me bring the word govern again. How do we govern AI? How do we, in a newsroom, what is right, to be published? What is not right, who is responsible to make those decisions? I think that is AI governance. At the state we are in right now, I think every organization needs to have an AI desk. Uganda Christian University, for example, School of Journalism, should be having a journalism think tank desk on AI, trying to explore. In a newsroom, we have editorial policies that newsrooms are supposed to develop. Even if you are for AI or against AI, you need to have an AI policy that governs AI. So we talk of governance, you talk of the structure that will make decisions regarding AI. Currently, the normal structure of the organizations, of different organizations, is having many, they have many decisions to make. But now you need desks. So every organization should have an AI governance desk. That is to say, yeah.
Do other panelists agree?
Thank you. I really appreciate and love what my brother is sharing with you, and I deeply relate. And I want to say I agree entirely. But I also come from a background where I feel certain topics should be understood deeper, especially so that we don't seem to fear. You know, way back we were conquered because of fear. You know, people came here and were speaking languages that we didn't know, and of a different skin tone. And that is how, until today, when they walk around, we call them Bazungu, we call them their things, we want to attribute everything nice, and we say their things, we call them foreign. So the idea of AI is actually been here with us. And when you try to task AI, and you know AI has been already defined, artificial intelligence. But you see, artificial only happens when there's something that is natural, organic. What is like human? You see, it's after a human being that the robot is created. It's after a human being that then a machine, like a tractor that does farming and plowing, is invented. So even AI, for example, if you challenge AI to give you an image of what you're wearing under your clothes now, what people are not seeing, it can't give you. If you task it on your phone and you prompt AI to give you an image of what kind of underwear you're wearing, it can't give you. Why? Because it has not seen it. So AI only gives you what has been fed in. I don't know if people understand. AI only gives you what has been fed. The algorithm picks from what has been fed. The research, the dissertations that you do in school is what is collected and later given to you in form of feedback as such Google search engine, the feedback. So much as we want to have the story and the discussions on AI, I think it is also very paramount that we also bring the conversation to the detail and make people know that yes, AI is here and we should treat it as a tool that is only going to aid what we're able to do. So we need to find out what is it that AI can't do yet or won't be able to do. Say, you know, for me, I love to relate closely to what I do, photography, that AI, for example, cannot get into the mood, into the space. Say if you've been told already that I'm the presidential photographer. So over the years, I've earned trust. There's a bit of truth that I bring to the table in terms of visuals. So those are things that AI cannot be able to do and will never. Yeah, I hope I make myself clear.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Abu, thank you so much. So my next question is to you. Since we're discussing AI governance, do you think that AI-generated images should be allowed in journalism? And what does that speak to public trust?
You see, I like that. And again, I will tell you, AI is nothing new. AI is nothing new. AI is just a modification of what has been happening. For example, we've had discussions about photography. Again, I go back to where my strength is, in the visual expression of what we see. We've heard about a discussion of pictures, and they say, what is edited? What is not edited? What is raw? What's a raw photo? Someone will appear, say in the days of Facebook, and now we have Snapchat and other things. Say you find a pretty face of somebody. And then when you see them in real life, they bring a discussion and say, but they don't look like this. How come the picture is different from the person? So then it took us to the conversation and say, so the pictures are just edited. This is not what they are. And then now that was a discussion, a whole discussion. And then we later came to conclude, after so many people discussing all over the world. And then we discuss, the entire globe is discussing these things. people came to conclude and said, already an image appearing on camera after photographing is edited. It's not raw. Why? Because the cameras and other phones and everything have softwares that enhance these pictures, that enhance color, enhance the way the light falls on someone's face, and then bring them out the way they look. So that's how some of them look enhanced. So that's how some of them look a bit, the tone of the color. Say you're a bit brown, but then the picture brings you a bit enhanced. So no, you look more beautiful, for example. You look sharper. So now that takes me back to the question. But before I got there, there was an element of illustration. That in the newsroom, there were stories that were told. Say, it was a good gentleman, Sjmc, used to write stories about unsolved murder. And there were so much, to talk about in the story, about 3 pages, and the stories needed accompanying illustrations, to help the reader understand better what it is in the story. And then that we usually called for illustrating. Visuals accompany stories to make the reader understand deeper. So then that would call for cartoonists to try to illustrate. So now AI is coming to assist to play that role better, because then instead of having a cartoon, they will give you an illustration that has form, that has shape, that really looks like a human. If it's a murder that happened in a place that nobody was there to take a picture or a video, AI is going to assist you, to bring out that illustration in form of visual. So I say, yeah, it is good. Why not have it? Recently, we are building, we are trying to document. You see, this country is struggling. Why? Because many years ago, we had civil wars. But before the civil wars, the colonials were here for 64 years. When they did that, they later handed over power to Ugandans, which we call independence. And that was in 1962. That happened after 64 years of their governance. And when that happened, we had a number of changes. We had leaders change after almost 3 years, 6 years, 8 years. And that happened, and they took all the materials. They took visuals, they took videos. So our country, on average, is not documented. So we're now trying to see that we can tell stories to our young people, many of you here, about what happened. For example, I want to tell you about how Kabalega was arrested by the colonialists. But we don't have videos. We don't have pictures. So what we're doing now is using AI to generate those visuals so that you are able to relate and understand the stories better. Another bit far-fetched is the story of Jesus Christ. I know many of you may not know, or some of you know, the movie that you watch of Jesus Christ and his story and being hung is a story that was acted. It was a movie. And the face you see is not Jesus Christ, but that is a movie. So right today, we want also to pick a bit something from that, use AI to generate similar images so that we're able to tell the story. Say President Museveni, someone I love really so much, was born in 1944. There were no pictures at birth, at that time. There were no pictures taken. We want to illustrate his story. When he was crawling, when the mother was taking him, when he was being baptized, when he was taken around, how he joined school in P1, P2, there are no pictures. So we're going to use AI to illustrate all these things. And I think it's an amazing thing.
Thank you so much. He answered my follow-up questions even before I asked them. Thank you. So, to Miss Jan Ajwang, I have a question. In your field as a team lead at Africa Focus, at Media Focus on Africa, we'd like to know, is AI governance becoming an important conversation in newsrooms and communication? And from your perspective, what should responsible AI governance look like?
Okay, thank you so much. I kept imagining the young president crawling or in P2, and I think this is very funny. I would like to say that as long as they tell us that it is AI, it has been produced with support from AI, I think it answers the trust question, yeah? Because sometimes people just put out stories there and we also get fascinated, but they are not showing. It always helps, and build and you can advise. It always helps to say that you've got some assistance from AI. Why? Because you are using your mind, you've guided, and you're working. I remember one student, I had given a test that was supposed to last for 3 hours, and the person sent back I mean, as a teacher, you kind of know that you give at least maybe 2 hours for somebody to finish, but this person sent the work in about, I had barely sent the test, but the person had finished in about maybe less than an hour, and I just had I peeped and checked and looked at the work, and definitely I saw that there was a lot of use for AI. So I called the person and I asked the person, so how come you finished this work so fast? Madam, what we just, whatever explanation. I said, okay, now I want you to do this work with the way you would have done it without using any assistance, right? And because I have been teaching you for all of this time, and I know how you respond and everything, I understand. So I don't know where this tone is, sometimes it can hallucinate. So it's just not, I'm not seeing where you're going. I'm just trying to come to that question. So to the lady, by the way, the young lady, I told her, I need to see what you mean. So I told the lady to redo the test. And she redid that because I had pressed her so much. I said, if you don't come clean in my costume mark. So I told her, and she took some time off, did the work again, presented it very well, and I could definitely see that she had made an effort. Now, that's the problem with assuming that AI is giving you a shortcut. No, it's supposed to be, as they said, a tool, right? So it's a tool. It's not like the very last thing you're supposed to do, because a tool means you have to get guidelines, right? When you've bought a gadget or like a television, what does it come with? Yeah. Anyone? What does it come with? When you bought a television, what does it come with? With what? It comes with a remote, right? What else does it come with? A manual. What is in the manual? Instructions, right? And the instructions are supposed to guide on how you can use it better. So for the students, she did not have a manual on how to use AI, right? So she did it the way she thought. You understand that? For me, as a teacher, or maybe as an instructor at that point, I also did not have a manual, right? But I knew that there was something that needs to be done. And this is what's happening when governance does not exist, right? Other lecturer, I may be very harsh, right? On the student, because there are no guidelines. Other student, you might think you're going to just go and type to Google. Moreover, you can say, Google, please give me an answer to this question. And then you cut and paste, and then you send it to the teacher. I think that's undermining your ability. As he has said, artificial intelligence means that there's a superior intelligence. And that means that you have to work together with you're not necessarily the underdog, you're working together with artificial intelligence. So coming to that question is that every industry, we need guidelines. that shows what is right, what is wrong, what is fair, and what is not fair. In newsrooms, when we are working with media houses, we ask them, do you have certain policies? So that you do not judge, we do not judge people's work harshly. So do you have a policy on artificial intelligence? No. Do you have guidelines? No. So that's like the governance, right? Even for you as students, you're using AI, right? Some of you even talk to AI on how you should write to your best friends, how you should break up. I interact with very many young people. How should I break up with this chick? She's on my case, and then AI also answers you something. And then the next thing, you send a very weird message to this chick, and you think you're finished because you don't have the ability to deploy your intelligence to address this matter. Why is it important? Because we are failing to do things the right way because we do not have the manual, right? So a newsroom is having everything running anyhow because there's no manual. But if we all sit together and we discuss and we agree what is good, what works, it is actually very important. Like in my office, when we use AI, there are certain guidelines we work with, right? For certain creative purposes, when you use AI, you cannot just leave it to AI alone. You have to sit in a conference maybe and review some of the things and make sure there are certain ethical guidelines that you're following. So AI governance is very important for any profession because a doctor, nowadays when a doctor tells you something, people go back to Google and say, oh, my doctor, is it true? I mean, the doctor told me this, is it true? When whoever you've asked gives you an answer, the guys go back to social media and start bashing. They start bashing this doctor, he gave wrong prescriptions, he's fake, they are quack doctors. But this guy had done 7 years at medical school. He knows he has presented something. It's good to fact check, right? But because we do not have some kind of guidelines, we are thinking that AI has given us the power to even be smarter than other people, and we are failing to deploy our minds while working with it. That's why the television manual comes, so that when you use it in the right way so that you get the best result. We need an AI manual in every area of our work. Even as journalism students, you need an AI manual to guide you on how far you can go. That is not breaking the professional rules of journalism.
Thank you so much. We have a new lady on the panel. Would love her to introduce herself, and then she will tell us why we haven't created these guidelines and who is responsible to create these guidelines and what's stopping us from getting there. Because essentially, that's what we need for ethical use of AI in newsrooms and communication. So what's stopping us?
Thank you. My name is Abalo Irene Oto. Hi, everyone. I have seen the newsroom. Oh, I'm supposed to first introduce myself. I work and manage the team at AfriMedia Training Institute, that banner over there. We train people how to do journalism better and also how to use emerging technologies. And emerging technologies, we have artificial intelligence in its many forms. And when Bill was speaking earlier and he was mentioning large language model and all that, I was like, wait a minute, are we all together on the same page in this? How many of us understand the large language model? Any hands up? Okay, one. How many of us have ever used any form of artificial intelligence, either in your work or just in a leisurely manner? That's interesting. How many of us are at baby steps of learning AI? Anyone? Okay. How many of us use AI every day? Like literally every day you have some form of AI you're using. Yeah, I see someone has 2 hands even up. That tells you. And how many of us really need someone to train them on how to use AI? How many people? interesting. I love those hands up. Why? Because in my 18 years in journalism, I resigned last year from NMG, Nation Media Group, which has NTV and Daily Monitor, and now question and answer for another day on that one. It is a conversation we've been having in the newsroom before I left, even after I left. These are conversations that we're having in the newsrooms. You are talking about a system that needs people not just to think and talk about, but practically first experience it. And when I asked people how many have used AI here, they put up their hands. But if now we go deep into how you're using that tool, the hands will vary, right? Some people will tell you, I have been using it like this. But if someone comes and tells you, okay, you've been using it like this, but this is how it's supposed to be used to serve your purpose. Have you ever seen images on, how many of us are on social media? Like your own handle? Yeah, you see AI images a lot, right? Now, platforms like X, and I don't know which other one right now, X, LinkedIn, and which other one? Their algorithm now recognizes when you use AI and it flags it. How many of us have noticed that? Have you seen that CR? There's a CR, even TikTok, right? There's a CR that comes after you post that image. Have you noticed it? You've noticed it? Have you wondered why it appears? On YouTube, you're actually flagged when you're uploading your video. Have you noticed that? So what does that tell you? It tells you that they're not just asking of you to disclose, but they're asking of you to understand how the thing, let me call it thing now, how the thing is supposed to be used. If you have a smart TV, you don't just plug it in and start using it the way you use the other ordinary TV, right? So, like she was talking about a manual. I think for AI, most of us, it's not supposed to even be the manual yet. It is first of all just understanding this thing before you even pick up the manual to start using it. You know, there are people who have phones that can connect to the smartwatch. But they will have the smartwatch and not connect the phone to it. Not because they don't know, not because, it is because they don't know how to connect it, but asking someone next to you that, hey, please tell me, how do I do this, is embarrassing. So I think too many people in the leadership and decision-making positions either are, one, embarrassed to ask and understand deeper how this thing works. Two, they are too afraid of what it can do without knowing what it cannot do. And so the conversation of policy is not informed by how many jobs perhaps it can take away, how much efficient it can be, but it's from a point of people not knowing what it is and what to do with it. So they just use it anyhow. And that's how you send a reporter to the field, and they will they'll put together their notes. I was a sub-editor, so I know I could tell some people used AI in their stories and did not make an effort at all. So you punch everything and ask AI now to write the story for you. Have you noticed that even in this day and age, after we've used, say, the most common ChatGPT for the longest time, you read a text and it has those dashes of AI. That's so annoying. Like, for me, I don't know about other people. So how many have noticed those dashes in people's writing? You've noticed, yeah? And how many of you have noticed graphics that have, AI graphics, can you notice? Like, it has so many words, and then it has so many, and they're very common words when you're using AI, and someone can tell. So I think for me, on governance and policy, it's a conversation of how do we learn this thing first? If we understand it, then we can make policies about it. I was very surprised when there were AI summits and our leaders were not there. So we are the ones giving the data to be used to grow or generate content for this AI. And our people, by the way, are the ones doing the background work to create the platforms that eventually come to us as the applications, as the tools that we use. But our people who are supposed to make decisions are not in those rooms to understand the systems and how they function. So they can come here at UCU and explain to you, the students, that by the way, this is how we are making the system and this is how it's working, so this is now how you can use it as a third party. Are we third party even? I don't even know what party we are. Maybe we are 10th party. Do you know what party you are in the AI game? At what stage and level are you as a participant in AI? So I think, yeah, for me it's from a point of training and understanding before we even talk policies. Because what are you going to say if you don't understand it? Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Bill looks like he's burning with something to say. But please, if you have an addition, our time is fast spent.
I don't know, Abu whispered to me and he was like, I don't agree. And and I also have my reservations. I think we like feel good we like feel good sentiments, and I think with AI we have taken down that feel good sentiment. Like we have I think we have overhyped AI to a position where even when AI is bad, really, I believe AI is a bad thing, you know. But we have overhyped AI that we think that it is what we need to use. Irene said that policymakers, she's not seeing our policymakers in these rooms having these big discussions. I think the question of AI is a question of our future. And I really would not blame our policymakers for being slow, because the discussion of AI it's a big one. You know, Godwin, Geoffrey Hinton, one of he's described as the godfather of AI, ran away from OpenAI because he was scared of what was happening, you know, with how OpenAI was developing ChatGPT and moving towards AGI, you know. So I think our policymakers should not be blamed because they could be reluctant. Going back, just to give you a picture, in 2005 when Facebook came, I think most of us were in the newsroom already, except myself. But when Facebook came, we did not think twice about Facebook. We started putting content. We started putting our content, which we hustled to get from the field, on Facebook, you know. And before you realize, Mark Zuckerberg is making millions out of your content, and then you don't have control over that content. And I think with AI now, we are getting into that. We are likely to face another predicament if we do not carefully approach it. You see, Ms. Jan talked about how students are using AI. We are reaching a point where you cannot even differentiate between what is AI generated and what is not AI generated. I mean, the US Constitution was put in AI. This is a constitution which was made 250 years ago. But AI said this is AI generated content. So we are at a very critical point, and I will not blame our policymakers for being slow, because we need to be very alert. However, the speed is also is worrying, I could say. The speed is worrying. They don't know what to do. They want to be careful, because at the end of the day, I want to be very frank with us. AI it somewhat exposes human selfishness to its extremist level. Because, yeah, they will tell you AI is going to help you, AI is going to, you know, make your work easy. But at the end of that day, that is just a byproduct. You know, Sam Altman is making billions out of you, you know. Sam Altman is controlling how you are thinking. So I think we need to look at this discussion of AI more holistically and from a very informed point of view. The Chicago School of Law, their AI governance desk said that, you know what, we are not going to allow year ones to use AI, you know. Those are very drastic steps. But if the first world is making such drastic steps taking such drastic steps in their AI governance, then I think we need to be very critical on how we handle AI going forward. The last rebuttal I have on from Irene again, that we need to, study the manual. I believe we don't have time, We don't have time to go and study the manual. The UNESCO came up with a framework to help us easily adapt to AI. And the UNESCO framework talks about 3 steps. The step of awareness. We are 3 years now from the start of when we are 3 years away from when generative AI became exploded. That time of awareness is not there anymore. The next step that is after awareness is using the tools. I think now we need to start using these tools. We need to try an error. We need to, and beyond just using these tools, we need to go into creating these tools. And we need to also have honest discussions on whether we should continue with AI or we kick AI out of the system, But that will require collective thinking. Newsrooms need to cooperate. Otherwise, I'm not scaring us, but much as AI has its glow, much as AI does very good work for me here, when I want it to do for me something, Abu uses it to sharpen his images here and there. AI is a very dangerous technology if we do not wake up from being end users. Because right now we are end users of the technology. We are using what Sam Altman is giving us. So I think the message I'm trying to send is that we need to get out of our comfort zones. A senior 1 equivalent in England understands AI from the granular foundation of it. Someone in China in senior 1 is able to develop technologies. And I think much as we are a young civilization of 62 years, 65 years as Africa, I think we need to go into the bigger room of, AI governance from a perspective of us creating these AI tools instead of just making policies. We don't even understand those policies. Those policies are even just feel-good policies at the end of the day because we don't have control over this technology entirely. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I thought too.
You don't know? Thank you so much. He's an AI strategist, specialist, and I'm sure he has shared meaningful insights. This conversation could go on, but our time is fast spent. I understand if a first world country could impose such drastic measures on AI, what are they protecting themselves from that Ugandans can't see? But who's to blame? Is it the policy makers? Are they intentionally being redundant? Or are they trying to achieve a goal that we all collectively cannot see? But that's a question to ponder on for both you, the panelists, and the audience. Moving on. We are, people before you, the young people before you are a group of future communicators, future journalists, content creators, and much more. So this right here is the future of journalism. And you, I don't want to say you're the past, you're the present of journalism today. But we want you, as we conclude, as parting shots, we would love for you to paint us a picture of what AI is going to look like in the next 10 years for both the countries that already know what it's capable of today and us, wherever we stand. You called us 3rd generation, 4th generation. So what is it going to look like for the school, for media and journalism students in the next 10 years?
Thank you very much. I passionately listened to Bill when he was speaking. And in my mind, I kept asking, if you don't know, how do you even start? Where do you start from? I think it is important to first know. If you, I don't want to use the word, it's better the devil you know, so you know how to deal with it, than the angel you don't know, and you just go with it. I don't know how many people buy that school of thought. But in journalism, it has evolved so fast that if you don't know, you struggle because you will not understand the ones who know. So you need to create a balance. And in journalism, for this case, I am not talking about the one who goes to the field to write. Because what eventually gets on your TV screen, what gets on your mobile device, the content that you consume, the decision is not made by the one who gathers the content. You go to the field and you gather, there's a person making the decision of what should go out to the audience. And for me, I'm very concerned about that last person who makes the decision on what should go out to the audience. They need to understand the shift, how it's happening, and how they can either plug in or, like Bill said, plug out. But at this point, can you afford to plug out just like that? If you plug out, what is your alternative? Because if, say for instance, newsrooms will say, we are not going to embrace AI, what is their alternative? In a fast-paced news environment, for instance. There are conversations happening where newspapers will no longer come to your stand. Newspapers are going to be here on your phone. How do we get the newspaper to your phone? I worked in the newsroom for 5 years without having a desk in a physical sitting. Like, I don't sit in an office to work. I worked virtually. But guess what? There are a lot of tools beyond ChatGPT that we were using. So how do we have conversations that explore AI deeply beyond the single tool that everyone is concentrating on? And even when newsrooms are going to develop their own AI tools, which they are. Remember, I don't know how many of you used to go to the Daily Monitor website and you could listen to the article audio. Did anyone ever experience that? Did anyone ever experience listening to an article instead of reading it on any of the... Okay. So I was working in a newsroom where no one actually was consuming the content. Anyway, what I'm saying is, so they had to develop that tool for us to be able to, and guess what? Me, when I'm editing at the back end, I would just go to core media and tap that, just a click like this, to enable certain options on the website. Now, those are AI tools. For me, who is the end, like, not the end user, me who is in, and when they were training that tool to bring out the audio, it took a process. But again, it also did not work. Then they reviewed it. That trial and error taught the people in the system something. But imagine they did not try at all and say, I think we just don't need this AI thing. Perhaps they wouldn't have learned, they may not have learned a lesson. One, they used a Kenyan voice to train that AI tool. Ugandans, when a Kenyan speaks, you can detect, there's someone here who said she's Kenyan. Oh, for you grew up in Uganda. When Kenyans speak, you can detect, right? Now me from Acholi, when I speak, if I had not been confused by your accents here, you would tell I am from the north, right? Now, there are people who are working on these AI tools to try and find a neutral ground where we can all understand each other. So for me, if you ask me about AI in the newsroom, things are happening, trials are happening, but it depends on who is at the decision-making table and what is their appreciation of that which you're bringing to the table. If they don't understand it, trust me, you will deploy your teams to the field, you will ask, and then the budget will be cut. They will not understand why you're asking for this budget to create this tool or for this budget to help this team understand A, B, C, D. And that is why I think for me, there will be policies in the newsroom attached to the editorial policy, and that will guide how journalism is practiced and how you can use AI and not use AI. There are tools in the future that will be developed and deployed for journalists to use. And whether you stay and work in the newsroom or not will depend on how you either know how to use that tool or you don't. When I joined the online desk and I was sub-editing, those who did not and could not learn core media, the tool that we were using, could not work. And so you have to learn to be part of the team, and you actually have to be better at certain things. Your natural abilities added to the artificial abilities through the tools give you leverage, or give you an advantage over the other person who does not. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene, for that. If you're any of you planning to be a journalism student in future, show of hands. I hope we have inspired you enough the whole day. Some of you who came in. Yeah, those who are doing videography at your churches, I'm hearing we met some people who do. So you're already doing some form of journalism, some form of communication. Anyone? Yes, so essentially, we may not agree on many things here, but we are saying teach yourself. Yeah? Teach yourself something about artificial intelligence so that you're not left behind and or you do not use it in a wrong way. If you're a student of journalism and communication, there is going to be a likely return of more practical courses, more practical work, because previously we could do tests and courseworks and we just mark, but now the teachers will want to test more than what you're giving them. So prepare. You will deliver your coursework today and the teacher will call you that we are going to have a presentation on your coursework. And so if you have done 2 minutes of AI without knowing it and you've delivered a script, be ready. On that day when the university will say, every journalism student, every coursework will be supported by oral presentations, okay? So essentially, you're going to learn how to own the things you say, right? Own your education, because you have to what? Defend it. That is coming to you. The reason I believe why the guys say that first-year students will not have to use AI is because of the same reason. It's supposed to be a way of preventing them of finding an easier way out. The other thing that I must tell you is that the principles of journalism do not change. Do they change? Yeah? You're supposed to, the pillars of fairness, of objectivity, of impartiality, of truth do not change, right? It's like being a doctor and there are certain things that doctors must do, right? Irregardless, right? And they make even an oath over that. That will not change. But when they're using AI to learn something more or to teach themselves something else, it's different. But the ethics of journalism do not change. Yeah, with AI. If we are using the AI in different ways, it can be explained. But the truth is that journalism doesn't change. The purpose for journalism in a democracy doesn't change. It's how it's presented, but whoever is presenting it must know that they must do it in an ethical manner. So if you're going to be anywhere in journalism, just know the reason why they will take you to court or to prison is because you have broken the ethical rules of what? Of journalism, not because you've essentially just, you'll be taken because you've abused your profession. So still, you must know you must know the ethics of journalism, and when you're using AI, you must remember that you're first a journalist before you're an AI user, and there you'll be able to know what is ethical and what is not. But as I've told you, there's going to be a lot more fact-checking in education training, in journalism training, because we don't want to go out there and we send people out there who we cannot account for.
Thank you, Jan. You see, this topic of AI is really interesting. If we to continue talking about it, it's going to be the entire day into the night. But for me, what I feel passionately is very important. For me, AI, again, to relate with food, it's like spices, There's food, say chicken, there are also spices. So you can choose to prepare food with spices. You can choose to prepare food without the spices. So AI here are the spices. Or you can choose to eat just the spices without the food, without the chicken, which will be very unfortunate. So here, you're going to task AI to give you all the answers. So you've been asked to write an essay or write a story, and you ask AI, please, I'm in my bed, I'm very tired, I can't go to the field, can you write for me a story? That is related to you getting Royco and all the spices and putting in water and taking as food. But if you want to use AI as a tool, then it is related to having the chicken, marinate it, and spice it up and cook it so that you eat the chicken with the spices. So for me, that's my idea of AI. And again, still, AI is here. Whether we want it or not, we know that even some of us who are talking about it, we're already using it. And even the lazy time, as an editor somewhere, you submit a story, and ask AI quietly that AI, help me here. then, and that is it. So yeah, let's just learn how to use AI, and we learn the prompts, and we live life in an easier way, because then there's no reason why we should carry a horse when we can ride it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abu. I think I'll start from a point of using this opportunity to request Mr. Abu here to prompt the Commander-in-Chief to at least deliver for us an AI strategy. I think as a country, we need direction on how we are going to move with AI. Are we using AI? If we are using AI, can the country start, developing data centers, to support us so that we are able to start creating our own, AI tools as Uganda? If we're not using AI, can they also ban it like how Facebook has been banned? And we shall be okay with that, but we need a strategy to guide us. So, Mr. Abu, I'm requesting that you whisper to the Commander-in-Chief. Yes, that said and done, the future, I'm going to give you two perspectives. The bad side and the good side. I think that is very important. So if Mr. Abu does and delivers our message, I think we'll have more opportunities for journalists and communications experts to explore using AI. I mentioned about new reporting spaces, like reporting on algorithms. Right now we have local organizations that are trying to develop localized AI tools in local languages, but these people need oversight. So we have opportunity to report on them and what they are doing, and if they are doing it ethically right. On top of that, with AI, there is the rise of solopreneurship. Now, solopreneurship is you as a person, as an independent person. Right now, I don't need to work in an organization like UCU, to be able to be successful. I can begin my own organization, my own communications agency, or my own media outlet, and I am a journalist. I am able to be the finance, I am able to be the legal, I am able to be the procurement, So AI has given us all these tools. So there is the rise of solopreneurship, which we can take up. Of course, I think I'm covering my own word, media solopreneurship. So we can be able to, venture into these spaces, even if you don't get a job with the New Vision, even if you don't get a job with Next Media, even if you don't get a job with a PR organization. I think with solopreneurship, we have a vast opportunity to be able to make money out of, make money out of life. Also, I think another very important low-hanging fruit is the creation of, AI systems. We need people to begin creating these AI systems. For example, how do you create, right now the global conversation in journalism on AI is on agentic AI. How do you create agents? Agents are semi-autonomous systems that you prompt the agent now, you tell it, you know what, observe for me what is happening on X. In case of any disinformation on X, alert me with an email, summarize, give me a summary of that disinformation, get me the source, get me facts, source me facts from the internet on that disinformation. Has there been is there a background to it? Get me information on the background, what is really causing that disinformation, and then send it to my email. So you will be doing your thing, and then the AI agent does for you all the work, and now your work is just oversight to be able to, look at the work on it, and then add the principles of journalism to it, and then flight it. So those are opportunities that we have creating these agentic AI systems. So as journalists, we need to start creating our own, systems. And it's not hard. I've given you a tool already, N8N. You can try it out. There's another tool called GitHub. You can try out these tools, get prompts from ChatGPT, put them there, then ask it to read the code and refine it for you to clear bugs, and you have a system. So those are all opportunities that we can venture into. Then the other side, if we do not wake up, if we continue having discussions on awareness, if we continue having discussions on, man, is AI good, is AI bad, I think we are going to be left behind. And first of all, we are going to have, we signed the sovereignty bill, but we are going to be under colonization. It's what we call digital colonization. We are going to be more into the tenterhooks of colonization than we are now. That is number one. Secondly, we are going to forget our roots and where we came from. AI does not recognize our culture.
Thank you so much. It has turned into a public lecture, and we appreciate you so much. Agentic AI, generative AI, he is an AI specialist. Please put your hands together for Mr. Bill Dunn. He has a lot more information for you and for us. So after the event, please find him if you want to learn more about AI. And so do our panelists. Please put your hands together for them, for giving us their dear time. Thank you so much. Our time is fast spent. We know the students have to get back to school, but we have some more activities in store for you. We have a documentary and a students' panel discussion coming up. The documentary is going to be further analysis into journalism and what AI is. It was also done and produced by a student
be able to create images,
at Uganda Christian University, please.
My name is Nekezi Ivan, and this is the topical discussion. And today's topic of discussion is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence comes first onto the scene and the academic spectrum in 1957 with computer scientist John McCarthy. He names it artificial intelligence, AI if you will, but back then it couldn't do much. But right now, it is part of our everyday lives. In this topical discussion, we're going to be discussing the positive and negative impacts of artificial intelligence in our day-to-day lives, in education, in creativity, and in business. Let's be honest, Ugandans love shortcuts, and artificial intelligence has become the ultimate shortcut. Be it in education, students using it to write essays, be it in business owners using it to write reports. But just like any other shortcut, artificial intelligence has its consequences. Sometimes it leads you to where you want to go, and other times it leads you into a ditch. With me is a student from Uganda Christian University, Kemuel Othieno, and he's here to tell us about one of the consequences, or some of the consequences, of artificial intelligence. Welcome, Kemuel.
Thank you for having me, Mexi. So, consequences of artificial intelligence are varied. But to start with, the simplest one is a stark loss of jobs. We see people relying on AI in favor of employing people like graphics designers or photo editors. And as a result, people are losing jobs. But as a downstream to that, we have a decline in the quality of the work that is coming out of organizations, And so that's like a very clear and immediate effect that we have. But we also have the general feeling of laziness that now affects a population that has access to AI. Yes.
As a student at Uganda Christian University, what are some of the consequences that AI has brought forward?
You see this all the time. People aren't getting their marks for assignments because their assignments are flagged for AI. In UCU, the threshold is 30%. And so if you pass the threshold, you don't get any marks. We have people relying on it in their examinations to cheat instead of a good old-fashioned cheat sheet, which you can just chew and swallow and no evidence. But, people like shortcuts, even when they're looking for shortcuts. It's crazy, man.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we speak to someone in business, someone seasoned in the art of business. They are yet to tell us how artificial intelligence is affecting their lives. All right, we've heard most of it. And for our last interview of this show, we have Mercy Karunji, finance manager from Garage Group. Welcome.
Thank you very much for hosting me.
We're going to have two simple questions. You're going to give us the pros and the cons, the good and the bad, the positive and negative of AI in business.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the positives, the positives that AI has done. First of all, there's efficiency in work because work gets faster, and then if you write notes, you could just take a picture and put it into AI, tell it to put it for you in PDF, Word.
All right.
Easier. The research is easier.
All right, media team.
And gives you a lot of answers.
All right, so we're getting into our final activity for the day. I would like to call upon the students who are going to be doing the panel and their moderator. Let's give a round of applause for the documentary and the students that are coming up to do the panel.
We are running out of time. I want the students from the secondary schools to go back before the jam is actually too much on Mukono, Kampala Road. So I'm going to give this team just only 15 minutes, not more than that, to do their presentation, and after that we shall close, okay? But we would like to thank you so much for sparing time to be with us today, okay? Okay, so not more than 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. After that, Mr. Sjmc, within the next 15 minutes, will come here, talk to, just say one or two words, and then we close this event. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone, and we are very delighted to have you. So I'll just get right into it. Today's theme is human intelligence meets artificial intelligence, the new generation of storytelling. And with me are very special guests that I'm going to let introduce themselves, then we shall dive right into it, starting with the gen.
My name is Mugisha Hans. I'm a year one student of mass communication and journalism here at UCU.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hasala Makim Angelina, also year one, a student of journalism, UCU.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hannah Mwagale. I'm a year 3 student, a finalist, and I study journalism and media and communications, but I major in communications.
And finally, your moderator of the day is Moisegwa Fortunate Gift, a student of journalism and communication in my 3rd year, majoring in communications. So we'll dive right into it. And this one is going to Mr. Hans. So, Mr. Hans, could you briefly tell us about one way you have used AI, maybe in an assignment or work, and how it worked for you, surprised you, or something that really worried you in the process?
I think like everybody else, I use AI in some of my work and some of the assignments we are given, as in our courseworks and tests that are out of class. So what has worked? You've asked what has worked, what has surprised me, and what has worried me. About what has worked, I think AI always works. I don't think AI has ever failed to work, and it always gives you a result, regardless of what the result is. AI will always give you an answer. So, apart from, you said, I don't know if you asked about the latest assignment, I use it in most of my assignments, and what has surprised me, okay, I won't say what it has surprised me, but what amazes me is, one of the things that has amazed me recently is the update with ChatGPT, the update of the memory, the ability to keep memory of whatever you search and the activity you do on ChatGPT. I feel like it's a good update, and it is one that amuses me in a way that when you search about stuff or questions, ChatGPT keeps the memory of your activity, because we are now required to log into accounts and have a ChatGPT account or a different AI account. So whatever you search is kept in its memory, and you can actually go in history and check for whatever you've been searching for, whereby when you ask something in the future and you've not asked in detail, the ChatGPT will be able to tell you that. For example, me, I mainly use AI for my assignments of journalism and mass communication. So if I ask a short question, for example, how AI affects journalism, it's going to break it down for me in terms of journalism. So I feel like that's a good update. But in a way, it worries me, because if AI is able to keep memory of whatever you ask, there are people that don't use AI for only work. People use AI for personal things. People use AI for very personal, crucial information, and it worries me that AI keeps that information. We don't know what it uses it for. And yeah, another thing is that recently I used AI for one of my assignments, and it was in political journalism, one of our courseworks. They asked us to give an opinion about the recent minister's vetting. So I got it in a short time, and I didn't have enough time to go down and read newspapers and whatnot. So I just asked AI to give me the most controversial activities. And it brought General Muhoozi Kainerugaba as a minister. And it brought former Honorable Mataya Kasaja still as a minister. And if I wasn't informed enough, I was going to go with that information because it wasn't updated. For General Muhoozi being a minister, that was false. So if I just got that information and took it in, or if I wasn't informed enough to know that these are not current ministers, my assignment would come back with very bad marks. And I feel like that's a very bad thing for journalists, journalism students, or journalism that people get just information from AI and take it in. So yeah, I feel like people should get verification methods and should be informed and shouldn't really rely on AI for all your work. We should get websites that are verified for information. When you're given an assignment, you should use AI, yes, but compare it with other websites. Yeah.
Thank you. That speaks to us being very informed, fact-checking, and looking out for disinformation, misinformation. We have to be very vigilant with what we consume and all the things, because there's a lot of information. Now, thank you very much, Hans. I think, Angelina, in regards to that, could you just briefly tell us what AI means to you as a future practitioner of journalism and communication? Could you define it for us? Yes.
Thank you for that. I personally, in my perspective, AI is a tool that is here to stay. We have had debates of, is AI the future? Is AI good? Is AI bad? Is AI going to take my job as a journalist? Yeah. And I feel like the whole day we've spent having that exact debate. But as a creative, AI is a tool that helps you to research, and there's nothing that AI that gives you that's not given to. So AI doesn't have a mind of its own. So I believe me as a journalist or a creative, that is my upper hand. So instead of looking at things and trying to fight AI, I am looking at AI that, okay, my future is digital, my future is technological. Like it or not, it is here and it is happening. So how do I use it but still stand out? Rather than use it to fight me or to take my job because, okay, as a journalist, it can give you information. How much ethics, how much core values am I going to stand out to using it to portray that, hey, it is there. Yes, anyone can access it, but I am better at what it's doing. I can use it and still give you quality products. I have the ethics that, yes, AI can generate the feelings, the information, but I can still, me as a person, me as a journalist or a creative, I can fact check these things. I can give you the real story on ground and give you, I can read the room and understand this from this story, there are lies to it, or this, from what Hans said, that if he wasn't a journalist or he wasn't the creative he is, he wouldn't have known, because AI just gives you what it finds. So as a future practitioner, I'm looking at AI in a way of, okay, what advantages does AI have? It makes my research easier than rather than sitting. If I have a story I need to run in a day, and I don't know anything about it, I'm going to get the core values about the story, make it simplified for me, and then start that, use it a research base, and then go back to the fact checking, everything for my credibility. Yeah.
So that's also what you're trying to say is we take on the role as journalists to supervise and enable ourselves to be better, right? But do you feel in some way that it's making you, it's declining the kind of quality of work you produce as a creative, as you've just said? Do you feel worried because of the way, does it make you lazy? Let me state it like that. Do you feel a bit lazy because of the kind of empowerment AI has given you?
Thank you for that. That brings me back to where my point is. To be a creative, you have a passion. Whatever you're doing, it is the love for it. So if you have the love for it and you're seeing AI doing things that you take so much time to do, it's going to, instead of fighting it, you're like, okay, it's taking my job. But no, I still have that passion. I'm going to use my passion and then be like, okay, how can I be better than it? So, there's a saying that if you can't fight it, join it to make it better. So, personally, I don't feel like AI is taking what I have, because what I have is the humility and the brain to create. That any day, any time, I can think of an idea and create it. That is one advantage I have over AI. So, but I want to be great, because in the system we're entering, like it or not, you're going to be at a job space and there's going to be AI everywhere and they're going to expect you. So how do I clear my CV to be at the standards of what is expected but still have the original values of a journalist?
Thank you for highlighting and emphasizing the ethical aspects of journalism. They're very important, but also the importance of standing out and understanding who you are and your purpose and what you want to do. That was highlighted by the panelists earlier on. So that brings me to Ms. Hannah. Could you tell us whether you think AI is taking up our jobs or providing more opportunities, in your opinion?
Thank you, Fortunate. Thank you, moderator, for that question. Forgive me, she's my friend. This is a very important question. People ask this question all the time. Is AI going to take our jobs? And us as journalists, it's sort of a fear. We keep it at the back of our minds. I myself am not a journalist. I'm a communicator. But even then, in the field of journalism and communication, you think about it and you think, oh my goodness, is AI going to start writing all the articles? Is AI going to start printing the papers for us? Now we don't have jobs in the newsroom. I think this question is multifaceted because there's both negatives and positives. You know what I mean? Let me start with the negatives. AI, as of right now, hasn't started taking jobs just yet. I could go on and on, but I think I'll let you guys do some research later on. It hasn't started taking jobs, but a lot of the entry-level roles in the newsrooms, AI has started to attack. For example, there are score, what are they called? Researchers, people who give you scores of matches and so on, weather reporters, things like that. AI has started taking up the role, and you can easily speak into your phone and ask for the weather, and that's done. They don't need weather reporters anymore, so that's a problem. So now that comes to us as interns. After here, you want to go to the newsroom and get a job, but the entry-level roles, which you're not going to start immediately in the field, they're going to have you go somewhere, try out, but now even what you're trying out, AI has taken. You know what I mean? So it becomes difficult. It's a bit of a difficult space to be in, but I think that, let me give you another example. For example, the structural revenue in the newsroom. AI, there's something called Google Zero. Not Google Project Zero, but Google Zero. Google Zero means that the information you get from AI is, because AI is a quick search engine, the information you get from there isn't backed by sources. So you're basically treating it like Google, but without the sources and the websites to back it. So you shouldn't take that information at face value. You should go back and do research. But a lot of people these days take that information and they just put it in papers, and it's very difficult to navigate journalism in a space like that where people don't even want to review or go and do research for themselves. Does that make sense? So I think when it comes to the negatives of having AI in the newsroom, yes, it can be very dangerous. Yes, it can be very, very difficult to navigate, but there are also positives. When it comes to AI in the newsroom, the positives are that we ought to use AI to refine our work. You don't use it to copy and paste your work. You don't use it to do your work. But for example, in the newsroom, there's a lot of work that takes a lot of human labor and very many months to do, like reading data, collecting data. Not just getting the information, but just dissecting that information can take months, weeks, and AI can help us lower that time and lower the labor. That's a very good thing that AI can help you do. It doesn't collect the work, but it helps you refine it, right? Helps you summarize, it helps you simplify. That's a positive that AI is bringing into the workspace, in the journalism space. So yes, I think it's a danger, but I think it has its positives. And since it hasn't started attacking us just yet, I think it's important that we learn how to use it. We learn how to verify information. Like my colleagues have said, it's very important that you learn to verify information for yourselves without putting things in AI. There's an app that I used when I'm studying. It's called Notebook LM. It's an AI app, but it's not like ChatGPT. You don't just type in where is Canada found and it gives you answers. You have to get your sources, meaning you have to have sources beforehand. You get them, you put them in the app, and then you can start to have a conversation with it. You understand? It's like it's teaching you. Does that make sense? So use AI to your advantage, but don't again take advantage of the fact that it's there for you to use. Don't just use it anyhow. Use it like a smart person. I also want to touch on the fact that somebody mentioned that AI is making people lazy, or they asked the question, does AI make people lazy? In the journalism field or in the field of communication, you'll notice that a lot of articles these days, a good percentage of the articles these days have been written using AI, and they're just plastered on numerous news websites, right? That has reduced the prose of, do you know what prose are? The English, the grammar of journalists today. Journalists today are not well read anymore because A, we're using AI in school. B, you're using AI to write your articles for you. It's not original work. So that's a very big problem in the field. I believe that if we can take time to ourselves to learn and to read physically and to understand and digest the information, then we can give original work. It doesn't have to be the best work, but we can tell that it's been given by you and with passion and integrity, and ethics. You know what I mean? Because even in the grammar you're seeing in these works, you're seeing a lot of, work that the English isn't what it used to be back in the day. It doesn't have to be Shakespearean, but it also shouldn't be just everyday work. You know what I mean? So I think, yes, it's a danger, but I think it can save us if we use it properly. It's not going to finish our jobs. They told you before that the jobs are there. You guys just have to look for them, but you also have to be very ethical and very well educated so that you can learn how to use it to the best of its ability. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Hannah. I think we have addressed the fact that the opportunities are many. So the last question should be, could you briefly tell us, Mr. Hans, about the fact-checking tools we can use to verify information? Okay, Hans will briefly tell us the fact-checking tools, and then we shall close the panel discussion.
About the fact-checking tools. Fact-checking tools, they are fact-checking tools, but I feel like as a journalism student, there are other ways one person can verify information apart from the tools, because the tools themselves are a technology in a way, they are AI. So first, I feel like we should go back to the traditional ways of verification of news or collection of news, by tracing down the origin, the sources of news. For example, eyewitnesses, official documents by organizations, not just getting information and going with it. So that is one way. Another way is I feel like we should not do away with the use of human editors, because human editors are professionals who know how to verify news, and we should still stick to human editors, because that's also something people learn and study, and that's a job for someone. So we should still do it, and they're still professionals. They do it better than AI. They get enough time to read through information and verify that this is correct information. Then lastly, there are also tools that students can use. You could use, there's GPT-0. That is an AI verification system that verifies if something is AI generated or not. Then there's also Turnitin. Turnitin is another model that most universities use to verify information. For example, UCU, I'm very happy UCU uses Turnitin on Moodle. It's not easy to generate your work and hand it in Moodle. And we have, for example, Professor Chibita. She's one professor that all her assignments, you're supposed to hand them in through Moodle. So for those who don't know Moodle, this is a website that UCU gives us for assignments and whatnot. So it has Turnitin. Turnitin is a model that verifies work, detects AI work. So it's not easy to give in AI-generated work through Moodle and it won't be detected. So yeah, you can either use Turnitin or GPT-0 to verify information as a journalism student or even as future journalists. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's what we had for you, because time is fast spent. We had to rush through everything, but thank you for listening. Have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists, our student panelists. We are almost closing this event, but before we do, I'm going to welcome Mr. Okay, I'm going to welcome Mr. Jimmy Siasa to give us 1 or 2 words before close up. And also students from secondary schools can ask any question to anyone. If you feel like you want to ask someone a question about what they have said, you can reach out to them and ask them. They will help you out.
Thank you very much. Patience. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Come on, you guys ate chapati, drank soda and all that, and I'm louder than all of you. Okay, I'm going to spend my less than 5 minutes. I'll spend 1 out of my less than 5 minutes to just help you do a little exercise. 30 seconds. Now, everybody on your feet. Quickly, let's do this. I want to help you deconstipate. There's too much starch in your system right now. Now, we'll do the simple Sunday school song to help us exercise. Who knows this? I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. We know that song, right? Now, every time I mention men or a word with M, the men sit down. When I mention a word beginning with M, the women down. A word beginning with F, the men down. In reverse order. Let's do this. Don't trip it. 3, 2, 1, go. I will make. When I say M, good, they've got it. Quickly. 3, 2, 1, go. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I'm seeing people who ate 3 chapatis. Let's do this. Let's finish it. We need to do it quickly. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow. Thank you so much. My name is Jimmy Siasa, and I'll speak to you here very quickly in 2 capacities. One, as one of the, in 3 capacities, as one of the invited guests to this ceremony where I was honored and fortunate to be awarded for an excellent master's dissertation. And so by that, I'm speaking in another capacity as an alumnus of the UCU School of Journalism, Media and Communication. And of course, finally, as one who serves here in the Department of Communication and Public Relations as the communications officer. I welcome specifically and especially our students from high school, King's College, Budo, Mpoma schools, and Central View. Beautiful. Thank you all for coming. Please appreciate them. We hope to have you here at UCU, and I'll tell you why. You see this discussion, there's so much being discussed here. I even felt bad. I'm like, these kids, are they even understanding these things? AI, artificial intelligence, what? Who honestly understood any of this jazz here? You still call it jazz in your school? Yeah, who understood any of this jazz here? By show of hands. By show of hands. It was too difficult for the rest of us, yeah? Don't worry. In a few months, in a few years, you will be here at UCU, the center of excellence in the heart of Africa. I was just like you a few years ago, having to deal with PLE, then after USCE, then USCE, all those things. But God was gracious to me, as He will be to you. He will help you excel highly, and you will make it to UCU to study your dream course. Of course, I can tell many of you are interested in journalism, media, and communication. UCU has the best school to equip you to become that dream person you want to be. Who wants to be a professional TikToker? Well, yes, we have someone there. A professional videographer and photographer. Filmmaker. Okay, accountant. Doctor. Dentist. Civil engineer. Agriculturalist or dietitian. We have someone at the back. Yes, all these fields. UCU has 11 what we call schools and faculties. At your school, in high school, you probably call them departments and whatever. Now, at UCU, we have 11 of those. With over 100 courses. Over 100 courses. 100 courses available for you. You've not had time to visit this university. but it's so beautiful and large and quiet and tailored to help you come here, study, and excel not only in class, but also in what we call extracurricular activities. We have free scholarships for students who are talented in sports. Free. You get here, you study for free. You eat for free, and very nice food. One day when you visit again, I'll take you to the Janan Loom dining hall. That seats like 1,000 people. You eat while watching TV, football, movies. Isn't UCU the place to be? Who wants to come to UCU after here? Yes. The rest of you, why are you here if you don't want to come back? One last time. Who wants to come to UCU and actually thinks it's a worthy university? Please clap for yourselves and may God bless you. May God bless you as you wind up with your school and come and join us here. We'll be waiting. The facilitators and teachers of this people, please, when we invite you another time, do come so that you may be part of these conversations that help prepare this next generation of leaders and experts of Uganda. I think I've exhausted my 5 minutes, and I don't want to say anything more unless there's one burning question. Any burning question for me from the high school students only? Anyone confident enough to ask a question? One question? Anyone? Bill, you're out. I want the high school students. One question. King's College, Budo, they told us you guys are very sharp. What happened? Chapati, is it? Anyway, there's questions there. I'll take those when I'm down. We want you to go back to school so quickly. Patience, do I have a minute to take a question? The other corner. King's College. Finally, yeah? You don't want them to steal your shine. Okay, give Budo the microphone. Let them shoot quickly. From that side, ask it. Tell us your name, what school you're from, and ask your question. Make it short and loud.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Ukenya Nicholas Trevor, Central High School, Form 6. My question is, what are the characters or behaviors a person should avoid when he or she wants to join journalism or wants to be a journalist?
What are the traits of a good journalist? Many of those were mentioned right here. You have to be driven. You have to be curious. When you get here to learn journalism, you'll be told you have to have a nose for news. Do you know what's happening today around Kampala? Do you know what's happening just outside that gate? That's having a nose for news. You have to be curious, yeah? You have to be passionate. Journalism and communication are a career that require passion. You have to be creative. Creative thinking is the only way that you get to survive amidst tough competition, as our panelists here had. Does that help you, my friend? Very good.
Good evening to you all. My name is Mr. Jonathan from Panorama Secondary School, and my question goes, how or where is AI taking journalism in the next 10 years, and will jobs be available?
The MC was so clear when he said here that this conversation on AI can, even if dedicated the whole day to discussing it, it cannot end. But one thing I'll tell you is this, and it's something that a global journalist told me one time, Mr. Semakula, Thomas Froese, a Canadian journalist. He told me one time that never lose the natural AI. And I'm like, what is the natural AI? I thought it's artificial intelligence. He told me, no, the natural AI is the authentic identity. That is one thing that no machine or technology can take away from you. And as long as you have it, the artificial intelligence will only be supplementary. It will only be the spice, the ingredient Abu Mwesigwa talked about here. For as long as you have you, the authentic individual, AI will be a tool and people will look for you as long as you're competent and skilled at what you do. Does that help? Last questions this way.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kakumba Brighton Kavuma, the speaker for Media Club, King's College, Budo. And my question is, apart from this expo held right now, which other initiatives is the journalism sector taking to develop the spirit of journalism within the high school students?
Very good. That's a very good question. Very soon, you will have a team from our school, not just the School of Journalism, but also other faculties and schools, reaching out to you at King's College to engage with you, to show you the available opportunities at UCU, to prepare you, to train you for the future, for the job market, okay? Those are some of the outreaches are one of the things that we do a lot. Sometimes we reach out to the schools or they come to us. So, but remember, every time you hear about such opportunity, get to your teachers or heads of subject or mentors or club patrons. Tell them we want to go to UCU and learn. We've heard of such an opportunity. Yes, we'll have career fairs around and all these interesting programs just for you. So always, now this is an announcement. How do you know about these opportunities? Those of you with smartphones, please get online, look for Uganda Christian University. We are present on all the digital platforms you use. Let's name them quickly. X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, Snapchat, WhatsApp channels. We go by the name Uganda Christian University. Even on YouTube, follow, like, subscribe. That is where we make important announcements, updates. You want to know how to apply to UCU. You want to know what's happening at UCU. You want to know what opportunities are available, scholarships, what, all those things there. Thank you so much for your time.
Some hands for Mr. Sjmc. I hope you have learned a lot from him. We have come to the end of this. Allow me welcome Dr. Kakoza Fred to close this event, and all of you can go back to your respective places.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. How have you been? Thanks for your patience and keeping here. I will not be long. How is it? I think you've gotten a lot of education today beyond the normal class subjects, eh? Yes, that's what we do here at UCU, where we say to God be the glory, great things he has done. So I would like to thank you and again welcome all of you that have kept here and keeping through. I want to welcome the schools. The schools, could you please stand up and we clap for you, our special guests? Yes. And according to Jimmy and according to Mr. Siasa, all of you are coming to UCU. Come next time. You're very welcome. So I would like to appreciate the panelists that have been here. We started off with the expert panelists that talked to you about their life journey, the stories of work. All that we get from there is that if you study and study formally, employment will be there. But I also want to thank the Public Relations Association of Uganda, with whom we've partnered today, for awarding our best student. So that award, for those of you that will come here, comes with employment. So whoever got the award will get employment already. But it also comes with membership to Prowl and many other things. But they have also said that they will again find employment for our best first class students, the remaining 5. So that's what happens here at UCU. I want to thank the student panel that has been talking about AI. And of course, the issues there are, is AI taking our jobs or not? You need not to worry. AI is just technology that is created by humans. So it's not intelligent. Its intelligence comes from how humans use it, isn't it? So you just need to be positioned to see how you use these tools. But those tools become important for us, especially in journalism, media, and communication, because they help us make our trade better. We can report better, communicate better, so we need to understand them. So thanks for keeping here. So on behalf of the dean, who is not here, and on behalf of the whole school community, we want to thank the organizing committee, Mr. Semakula and the team, for putting this together. But we also want to say thank you for coming. Please come back next year. We will be here. It will be bigger, it will be better. But we will also be coming to your schools to talk to you, the Writers Club. Please invite us. We are here to come and talk to you. Debating clubs, we are here. You invite us. We want to see how we contribute to your learning and generally to your academic excellence. So I want to wish everyone journey masses as you go back. Thank you for keeping through. My duty was to close, but I also want to thank management for the film funding of up to 10 million shillings. Yes, that is something that is quite very, very important. And especially now that we are revising our curriculum to meet the demands of the industry. In the coming time, the school will be launching 2 undergraduate programs, which I will not mention, but yes, so that are relevant to the industry. And the funding for film making is something that is very, very important for us. It's a springboard as we get in there. So thank you very much. And to the students that have been able to produce the products that we've been able to see, thank you so much for putting in the time. We don't take that for granted. But also to Elton, who produced our documentary on the best students. So that's what we do here. We are hands-on people. Journalism and communication is already competence-based what? Learning. By the time you get out, you're able to roll and do. So thank you very much, and may God bless you and journey masses. Thank you. It's a word of prayer. I'll call Mr. Semakula to give us a word of prayer and we close this.
Dr. Kazibwe, thank you so much for those beautiful words. At UCU, we usually end with a word of prayer. It's a culture here. We start and then end like that, okay? So I'm going to use 2 minutes or less than 2 minutes to lead you in a word of prayer. So humble yourselves for a word of prayer. God, Father, we come before you this evening. First of all, thank you for the time you've given us here, but also for the gift of life that you've given all of us, Father. We'd like to thank you as well for our administrators who have been here, the students traveling from different universities, the friendship that you've created between us and these students and their teachers, lecturers. We're extremely grateful, and we pray that as they travel from UCU going back to wherever they have come from, their schools in particular, that you guide them, that you keep the drivers of their vehicles safe, and the students as well safe, such that by the time we meet again in the near future, probably next year or even before next year, we are all alive. God, thank you so much for that. I pray all that through your Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you so much for coming, okay? And may